Okay, welcome to the 6th round of the Rilton Cup. And we have a new year. We have played 5 rounds last year, and now we have the 6th round on the second day of the new year. And Jesper, what is happening in the tournament?
Well, I think there is a lot of very interesting things happening. And personally for me, it is so interesting to see all these young players and see how they can challenge the older generation.
Right.
And also to see their style and, how they plan their games, their openings and so on, and their skills. Right. And so far, it has been exactly what I hoped for. We have seen these clashes, and we're actually going to see some very interesting also today, Tom.
Yeah. We have 3 guys leading the tournament with 4.5 points.
Yes.
They've only lost 1.5 points. And luckily for us in Sweden, we have 2 Swedes.
Yes.
And we have one more experienced guy and one of the younger. So we have Erik Blomqvist, who is playing in the national team. And he's playing black against Raya Rithwik.
Yes.
From India.
Should we put up the...
this is the position here.
No, I mean the overview of the different
games.
Yeah,
let's do that. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yes.
So we have Erik playing black against Raya Rithwik on board 1.
Mm-hmm.
Second board is Edwin Trost, young guy. He will be 17 this year, against the very experienced Kaido Kulauts from Estonia. Mm-hmm. On board 3, we have a Polish meeting. What can we say about those guys?
Well, mainly we could say that Bartosz, he's very experienced, played also in Sweden for many, many years and, strong grandmaster. I thought he was closer to 6 actually, than now he's got about 550, but the highest rated in the tournament. Good player, simply.
Interesting with him is that he started the tournament with a loss.
Yes.
In round 1, and now he has 4 points, so he has four straight wins.
Yeah, exactly.
And he's eager to take revenge and take back the top position.
Yes. What is interesting is here we also have this clash between generations because he's playing against his fellow Polish guy, Jan Malek, who is the young generation. Maybe Bartok has even trained him. Who knows?
Who knows?
Who knows? But at least that is. And I must also say, before we move on to the other boards, for me at least, the 4 in the top, Raya, Erik, Edwin, and Kaido, are the players that has impressed me most. When I say that, they have been most even from what I can see during the games, because other players has played fantastic moves, but also some very strange move or at least even big mistakes. But they have played quite solid and good chess overall from my point of view. Yeah. And then, of course, Bartosz, like you said, he has lost his first game, so it's a little bit hard to judge. Jan, I haven't followed so closely, so I cannot say that I have a clear opinion on him. But we come to other players that we have checked a little bit now.
Yeah, on board 4 we have Vupala Pranith, the 16-year-old grandmaster from India, who has played very interesting games. Not perfect chess in any way, but very resourceful, I think.
And also his style, with this, like you say, ups and downs, in a way that is typically for a player who wins open tournaments.
Right.
Because if you have this kind of flow in your game, you take risks and so on, and if it works, it normally works well, but you also risks to lose games, of course, with this style. But interesting to follow, of course.
Absolutely. And he plays a guy who's a couple of years older than him, an international master, Amit Moksh, also from India. So that's an interesting meeting between 2 Indian talents. And then on board 5, we have the Swedish champion, Vitaly Sivuk from Ukraine, but playing for Sweden now, playing against the Polish grandmaster, Łukasz Jarmula, who has impressed in a way because he goes into very tactical positions and usually finds his way out. Yes, in his last match against Pranith, he was very close to winning. And then he looked like he was losing, but he made a draw. So very interesting game. And then we come to board 6 and we have 2 very young guys, Sokolovsky from Israel, and we have this Borga Onkar from India, who is only 14 years old.
Yes.
I mean, it's
That is really interesting. Also, we have said that before. It is like, to Rilton Cup, normally there comes like groups of friends from different countries visiting the tournament because, during these 10 days of this tournament, of course, you want to be with your friends as well. So we can see on the top boards, we actually have Swedish players, Indian player, Israeli players, and Polish players mainly,
Yeah.
And of course, when you now have these kind of situations, either that you play against each other, a little bit sensitive, but also you can feel a little bit when you play, for example, like in this case, a player from Israel playing against someone from India, a little bit competition between the countries and teams as well.
Yeah. On board 7, we have an interesting Swedish player,
Yes.
William Olsson.
Mm-hmm.
He's a FIDE master. He's, I think, is he 19 years old?
He will be 19
Yeah.
this year, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah. And you said that he's very good in school, and that's his main problem.
Well, I couldn't say that, but this is, of course, something, William, he is a very talented player, very methodical also in his training and so on. And because I've had him in Team Sweden, and I know his training has been training a lot with Ari Ziegler, for example. And, he's one of these students that actually do all these lessons, all these exercises to give them in between lessons and so on. But, for all of those talents, normally they are very good in school. And of course, that takes time. And, now he is soon, he will, and I think he will end up to graduate this summer. And then, of course, it will be interesting to see if it's time for him to take a 1-year break or something like that before he goes to university. Mm-hmm. This is actually the normal standard way of many Swedish talents or Scandinavian talents, is that you do this gymnasium first, and after that you take 2 years of break and play chess, like I did, to try to become an international master. And I guess it will be the same for William. But then you're a little bit behind those youngsters who are already at a young age totally devoted it to chess, like they can do in India.
Yeah, and he plays against this Israeli guy, Yair Parkov, very strong international master, also a young guy, about the same age, I think, as William. So those will be our 7 sort of top games that we are going to follow.
Yes.
And I think we should dig in to board 1.
Yes, we should.
So let's go. And this is Raya from India playing against our own Blomqvist, Eric, who is a Stockholm player. He's not only a Swedish player, he plays in Stockholm.
Yeah, from Rokaden.
For Rokaden, which is one of the best clubs in Sweden, and also one of the best clubs in Stockholm.
And you could say also that Blomqvist is one of those players who has been faithful to his club all the way through. Like they started in the school chess and then walking through all the way up to becoming Swedish champion 2 times. And, a good role model for all young players in Rokaden, not the least.
True. And we see him, interestingly, he's not, playing what he played before. You remember in this position, he played this interesting F5 move in a game. But this time, of course, his opponent has studied this all night.
Yes.
And so he plays knight F6.
Yes, and it's also a big difference between the players. Now he plays maybe one of the best players in the tournament. So you have to be more careful with your openings.
Yeah, probably yes. And he goes for this... what do they call it? Neo Arkhangelsk variation. And white plays A4, which is one of the main moves here.
So it was not a surprise. You can see on the time that white has not started to think really. So it was not a surprise that that Blomqvist did diverge from F5 from earlier on.
Yeah, Rook B8. We see the moves coming fast now.
One of the questions that was before is at some points, I remember if you do not play A4, black might play for bishop B7 and even go for long castle sometimes, But if you play A4 and they rook B8, outrules this possibility. So, as white player, that sometimes is nice.
Yeah, I think A4 is considered to be the best move. But there are many options, but the alternative would be to play without A4, play C3, D4 immediately and sort of play more in the center. But as you say, black can go for bishop B7 and sometimes queen E7 and castling queenside, and then it gets extremely sharp. Now it will not be that sharp, but it will surely be a very interesting game. D6, and now we can see black might instead go for this idea to put the bishop on G4. It's a possibility. You could also go to E6. It's also possible. So there are many options here.
Exactly.
I think maybe we should jump to the next game.
Yes, this is still opening and preparation, so let's go to next game.
Yeah. And here we have Edwin Trost, also from the same club actually as Eric from the Rockhaden Club. And
now what is interesting with Trost, who has been like the most promising player in Sweden for a long, long time.
not that long though.
Well, okay, okay, depends on what you mean, you know. But still, when he was already when he was quite young, like 10 years old, he was.
You can only be promising for a short time.
Okay. I buy that. Anyway, so what is interesting is that he has always played a lot. I mean, we have different types of talents and youngsters. Those who are training a lot at home, and like for example William Olsson, you know, a very good training product in that sense. While if we see Edwin, he has always been playing almost every weekend, trying to play as much as possible. That also makes him very tough in situations. You know, you have seen his play here in this tournament. You know, not always correct perfectly games and so on, but always putting on pressure, better on time. This kind of practical attitude that you also need if you want to become a good player. So it will be interesting to see how he can challenge Kaido, because Kaido is this type of player who is, you know, well knowledge, you know, good player. So it will not be easy for Edwin to win this game, I believe.
No, he goes for the Catalan. And here black has many choices. We have seen before other games where you can go for b6 and things like that, but he goes for this line.
Yes.
Disruptive check on b4, and after bishop d2 you go back.
Yeah, the question is nearly always when you see this type of checks is that you give a question to white. What kind of sacrifice do you want to do to protect this check? Because normally you want to put your bishop on c3 and then go with the bishop to g5 or f4 or something like that. And now, if you play bishop b4, you know, knight c3, then knight e4 probably comes, you know, and you don't want to put the knight on d2. So, okay, bishop d2, then it's a bit in the way. Yeah. So,
and also you cannot develop the bishop
to b2,
playing b3 and bishop b2, which is a very harmonious way to put the pieces.
Yeah. So
and if you put the knight to d2 after the check here, if you put the knight here, then the knight cannot go to c3.
Exactly.
So you always have to pay a little bit. But this was what happened in the game. Castles, knight d7. And here he played I think not the most common move. He played bishop c3.
Yeah, that's a bit of a surprise, but
yeah, I think moves like queen c2 are quite common here. And then maybe you try to get the knight to c3. Yeah, playing the bishop to f4 or something like that.
That's right. No, because
something like this.
Because okay, so bishop c3. It's a bit uncut.
But he played this move.
And he actually, you know, he is not thinking so much.
No, this is preparation. I'm sure it's
most likely.
It's not an unknown move. It's been played before, but it's not the most common. Yeah.
And of course, the drawback is that, you know, black can play knight e4 and grab the pair of bishops.
Yes.
Of course, that's a possibility. But also, you know, like I said, normally you want to have your knight on b1, you wanted to have it on c3, and by bishop c3 you outrule this possibility. So instead what white is doing is actually to I would say take control of the center, because now black if it is black to play, black should normally wants to develop like at least at some point either c5 or do something in the center. And then it's good to have the knight bishop on c3, because if you play c5 you can take, and suddenly there is a long diagonal with the bishop and so on. So
or maybe white could have a plan to maybe go like this. I mean, this maybe it's not impossible.
No.
Once you played b3, then knight e4. Because I don't know what happens after knight e4 in this position.
No, I think that is for me that is a normal move at least.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. Probably you put something here. I mean,
and then I guess you take the pair
something like this, or maybe even going back with this.
Maybe that one, yeah.
and then you just say, I don't mind having the two knights instead of having two bishops, and I will get all my pieces out. And black has still a problem here and a problem here, and I mean the pieces are they are not very actively placed. So for instance, if you would play this move, let's say black naively just take the bishop. Here you can see that white has quite a lead in development.
And probably you play c6 in this position, and then what is happening is that that with a pair of bishops you want to open the center normally, but after c6, it's not.
Maybe you can go e4 at some point and just
even that.
Push and rook c1, and you just develop your pieces and you wait to see what happens. And maybe black has some problems. I mean, I still think this bishop is not. So I think knight e4 is maybe it's an obvious move, but maybe it's better for black to play constructively, to play like maybe b6 or c6 and just develop as normal.
Exactly. There is actually one other possibility, and that is to take on c4.
That's also possible. This is always possible.
Yeah, because sometimes you can do that and then play b5, even go for keeping the point, take on c4, knight b6, or could also be a possibility, of course.
I don't think you can ever keep it because you have knight e5 and knight e2 and so on. So you will always take back, but it's a way to play. It's a way to play. So interesting position. We will see what happens. Let's go to the next one. And now we come to the Poles.
The Polish
Polish championship here.
Yes.
Yeah.
The young against the experienced.
Yeah. So let's see what happens. So we have
when the experienced player is white.
So we see same opening.
It's interesting. How many Catalan haven't we seen during this tournament?
Yeah, they're
it's
very
like
common,
it's coming back, this opening. But for many years, I think it was, you didn't see it a lot in the top, but it's coming back.
Yeah. It's very popular. I think you could say it's a bit of a slow opening, but it has a very clear positional plan. So usually you can find the moves you don't have to know all the tactical things, because it's not so tactical. I mean, okay, sometimes you take a pawn here or there, but it's basically a lot about just positional play and applying pressure to the opponent. So you can actually play it maybe without having studied it too thoroughly. You can also come up with new moves because there is not so much going on often. Okay, so let's see what happened. d5, bishop g2, bishop b7, knight f3. So we have the same position now as before, but in the last game the bishop was on d2. So here we will see the alternative, so to speak. And here we see black going for this one.
Yes,
as you said.
What is interesting here is that you could say that white has got two ideas. Either you go for a center and a compensation for the pawn, or
something like this.
Yeah, could be.
Maybe even this comes here.
Yeah,
I mean, this type of moves.
That's right. Or you simply play for taking it back, the pawn on c4. What is happening then is that you normally takes a move or two to take it, and then black will try to equalize as he has got this extra move compared to if
And you can compare. I think the best comparison is with if black chooses a setup with this, because then you get this pyramid here, but this bishop on c8 suddenly it's not so easy to get it out. So you often have to play maybe
b6, bishop
the
b7,
bishop go here, or even
and then c5
a6.
in the light mode.
Yeah. So that's the very slow, and this is a completely different strategy. You try to quickly get this bishop out, because you have moves like this sometimes. Just getting the bishop out on the diagonal and sort of equalizing, or maybe play c5 at some point. Anyway, in the game, queen c2 was played, which I think is one of the main moves, and then d5.
Now comes sharp play.
Yeah, now it gets much sharper.
And what is interesting here is, of course, that if knight e5, that maybe looks very good at the first glance.
Yeah.
The problem is that knight d5 will come, not c6 or something like that. Most likely, at least. And after
you mean after knight e5? Yeah.
Knight e5, yes. Then you will most likely play knight e5.
Yeah.
And then on e4, what is happening is that you closes that closes the long diagonal from g2 down to h8. So normally what you try to do is to undermine, like I think in this game, a4, yes.
Yeah, I think it's almost forced move.
Yeah, yes. And the idea with this move is...
so this happened in the game, actually. So we can just make a few moves. So in this position, of course, you could play something like c6 or something, but black in this here chooses another move. So,
Yeah.
so what do you think, what would you say is the plan with this one?
Well, the plan is, that you get some, space advantage on the queen's side. The knight cannot come to c3.
Yeah. I think this is one of the main ideas to block this. Make it a little bit difficult to come to these squares.
Yes. And of course, okay, white will, if white can get a knight to c4 and develop, in a good way, there is chances to get some kind of advantage, because this pawn on b4 can be a weakness, and if black follows up with a5, then the knight on c4 is at least having a target on a5. So that is, strategically, this can be in the advantage for white, but it is this with the space. Black will have the possibility to play like, a little bit faster with c5 at the right moment, opening up and develop the pieces in good positions.
Yeah, if black was allowed to just make moves here, he would play bishop here probably. Maybe this, and then c5. Maybe then rook comes to c8.
Yeah.
And everything is fine. And you don't mind. White is going to get the c4 pawn, but you have this pawn on b4 obstructing white's pieces a little bit, so it's not so easy to find good squares for all the pieces. Many pieces wants to go to the same squares. So in this position, white played knight fd2.
Yes, like I said, a knight on c4 is nice. So he's playing with this knight, and what is happening now is that you're gaining some time because you're threatening to take on a8. So now if knight d5, knight takes c4, Yeah,
it happened.
Yeah, okay.
And now in this situation, black played c5 immediately.
Okay.
Countering in the center.
And you can see that both players are well prepared because, black plays instantly.
They have played very fast.
Yeah.
They have played a few more moves. We can go on.
Yeah.
White decided to use his center advantage, and played e4, knight b6.
I thought about that. Was it f6 or b6? But that b6 is obviously the way to play.
Yeah, I think this puts a lot of pressure on white because suddenly you threaten actually to gain something here. You can take something like this. The queen comes up here, and maybe you come with the bishop. Could be a threat. So in the game, white actually exchanged.
Interesting.
And took on c5.
The interesting with this is that in one way it's good for black to take with a a pawn because your rook on a8 can be active.
Yeah.
But what is negative is of course that if you take now with a b pawn, for example, b takes c5, well, we shouldn't underestimate this a pawn for white. Then suddenly you have actually a free pawn. Maybe you cannot move it directly, but it might be something of a potential stuff, for...
I think Jan Malek here, he thought about that because he took with the bishop.
Yeah.
And I think we should mention here, since we know this because we can see this, that this has not been played before in master games. So we should actually just move back and see where did this happen? Where did we sort of lose? And this position here has been played before. And white has played both a5 and e5, but I don't see any really high rating players playing this situation. So we have to go back to this position.
To see real master games.
Here we see Ding Liren has played this against Carlsen. Firouz have played it against Sarin. We see Andreikin has been in here playing. So this is a sort of a top class position. Yeah. And what white has played here is... I think taking on c5 has been one of the main moves. So that seems to be the move. They take on c5, keeping the bishop open. That doesn't mean we can actually maybe even see the evaluation bar, and it gives white an advantage here. So let's see what happens when you play e4. Is that a good move?
Well,
it's probably good.
okay.
Probably okay. So
yeah.
it's a novelty. Yeah, more or less. Not so much maybe, but a little bit. Okay, knight b6. Take. Yeah, but now we see the valuation bar says equal game. Equal game. And that's my feeling too. I think black made a good choice here. I mean, normally you wouldn't like to have these pawns like this because it's a double pawn, but it protects the bishop very strongly.
Yes, and don't forget the bishop on c5 is quite strong, hitting down on f2. You know, compare that with a colleague on c1 that, you know, and black can play like you also have a good square on d4. So knight c6, knight d4. Maybe even play a e5 in this position with black, because white has got problems to come with a knight to d5. That would be the colleague of d4. So so it is not so bad for black to have these double pawns, you know.
No, if I was black in this position, I would feel quite comfortable because you have achieved everything you want. You have managed to open up for the bishop. You also have free development of the rook. You have some pressure on the a5. The knight can come. I mean, there are many options. You can go to c6 at some point. d7 is possible. Bishop has several options. And you can move the queen. And the rook can come maybe to a7 and go to c7 or d7. So very easy development for black here. But white's position is a bit limited. And also, is it really good to have the pawn on e4 now with the bishop here? White is not worse in any way, but I like the way black has played this. And actually, we have a few moves, so let's see them. Rook d1 and queen e7.
Logical.
Very logical.
Because, you know, I was thinking about that. Is it moves like knight d2, knight b3 white will play? Just to keep away, because a knight c6, knight d4, that's quite horrible, you know, for white with a knight on d4. So maybe he wants to put the knight on d4 just to challenge a knight on d4, you know, on b3. Yeah.
Let's make some moves just for fun and see what happens.
So it's black to play.
It's black to play. Yeah. Okay. I would go to c6 with my knight. I think this looks
now, but then knight b3.
Yeah. But what about this move?
Yeah, but then you take on d5. You know, you actually take on the yes. I think don't you think so? But rook d5. Then you can maybe play knight d4, and if you take it's a knight b3 in the end. That's quite strong.
Maybe you can even play. You know, maybe you can be really aggressive here with this move. Because you cannot take on c4 with the queen. I take the rook.
No, I just
you know, something like this.
Yeah, looks very good.
And who is in command?
Yeah, exactly.
As a matter of fact, I think you win immediately. Yeah. Well, you have to play rook c7, but no, then you take on c2. It's winning.
Exactly, it's winning.
Yeah, this winning.
So this is the danger of the position. Yeah.
No, I think White's play here is he has actually misplayed this a bit because he has no pressure, and this e4 is almost a weakness. I mean, wouldn't it be very nice if you could play the move e3 here?
Yeah, well, maybe.
Because then you protect d4, you open the bishop.
True.
So I think this e4 move that we said this was the move that separated this game from the top games because they didn't play this move. And I think maybe that was a mistake.
Or at least then you have to have another follow-up than he chose.
Well, but then I would say that this square is a big weakness for white. You have this bishop well protected by the pawn.
Okay, let's play knight b3. Is it you said knight d2? What? And you play knight c6. What was it?
I want to play. Okay, let's do this.
Yes, and then
maybe you can play e5 or something.
Yeah,
but then I have knight d4.
Exactly.
And then bishop. No, it doesn't work.
Well.
So what do you want to do?
No, I could play that maybe, but
but what happens if I just jump?
I thought queen e4, but
so I make a move here and
rook b8 and
maybe here.
Yeah, knight c4 or something like that.
Yeah, but now I have moves.
Bishop b7.
Maybe bishop b7.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that black has got any problem at all in this position. Maybe even have chances for...
you even have moves like... Oh, sorry. You can go here. And you could put this rook here, maybe. And the bishop comes here. I mean,
the knight is very strong on d4. That's the key. That's why I thought that maybe you have to play knight b3 or something.
Yeah, if you play something else in this, you could play something else, of course. Maybe you could start with e5. Maybe I think this plan is very good for black because it makes this bishop bad. You get this square on d4. So interesting. I think we should jump.
Yes.
So we go to the Indian championships.
Yes, Indian championship.
Yeah.
We have many championships here.
We recognize this.
Oh no, it's the same. It's the same that like this young.
So we have the Spanish and we have the Catalan.
Wasn't it Borga Onkar played against Sivuk earlier on? Isn't that the same? Let's see.
We can check that
because then it's an Indian preparation, you know.
Yeah, probably. So we have to go. Let's go to Sivuk, and we see what.
No, I meant what he played. What Borga Onkar played against him.
Yeah, they played. They played
exactly.
They played each other.
Exactly. They played this exactly the opening.
Yeah, you want to see the game, yeah?
No, you don't have to see the game, but I'm pretty sure it was this. That was a draw.
Yeah, okay.
That was my point.
Yeah. Now I remember the game. Yes.
Yeah.
We said we were, but then Borgonkar was white, right, in that game?
Exactly.
Yeah,
and now it's Pranith who is white.
Yes.
That's why I said that maybe this is an Indian preparation that Pranith and Borgonkar has done together, you know, and now it's white, you know.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see.
But this is Pranith playing now, and this is against this Moksh, and we recognize this opening because we saw it. Well, it's not exactly the same because it's with the bishop on e7. So it's not exactly the same, but these openings are, even though the pieces are on different squares, some of the strategy is very similar. Yeah. So here,
ruling out bishop knight to a5.
Yeah. This is one idea.
Okay, so it was not the same opening as the other game.
No, it wasn't actually the same.
No. But at least it was a little bit of the same structure for white. Yeah. Maybe even some ideas.
And it was with d3. Once you play d3, you get into this Italian-Spanish sort of
mix
type of position, and it's a very slow game. And it's a lot about small finesses and placements, like playing a move like this. Maybe not the most obvious move to play.
No.
But the idea is basically just to prevent this knight from coming here and exchanging itself for the bishop. So it has a point, and it's a lot about I make a move and what are you doing? You wait for your opponent. It's like a sort of shadow boxing. It's not about winning in the next 5 or 10 moves. We're going to grind ourselves into this. Okay, so castles by black, h3, common move to prevent bishop g4, h6, rook e1, rook e8, and now we have the a4 again, and bishop d7. Well, this is a typical setup.
Yeah, one question is, of course, if black should play bishop to e6.
Yeah, you can do that.
Because it's a little bit more active in a way, and so on. But we discussed this before that these days, this type of pawn structure, bishop take e6, f take e6, is not so. Black players are not so reluctant to play that anymore, because it's,
they are reluctant to play that.
Yeah, they are reluctant. Sorry, because they are but this structure has been popular before to play with. But it's a little bit,
Well, I would say also the fact that when you play rook e8. You usually don't. So if you would do it,
you should do it here. Yes,
here you could maybe try it. But as you said, it's not so popular. And I've seen that Magnus, he often plays rook e8. He puts the bishop back to f8. Then he plays bishop here, and he takes back with the rook. And then he tries to get the rook here sometimes. Okay. Yeah. But I think some of these ideas it's like trends.
Yeah.
One very strong player like Magnus plays something like this. Suddenly everyone tries it. They don't know why, but they just want to. They want to.
No, they follow the champions.
Yeah, they follow
that's normal.
Yeah, so that's how you do it.
But in that sense, we have a little bit of we have a Spanish opening, but a little bit unusual in the sense that white has not played the standard, c3 d4 idea. And is still giving the players a more slow path, and little bit of like restricting the black play.
Right.
But on the other hand, the bishop on d2 is also restricting itself, you know, and the knight on b1, because if you play knight to c3, then you have knight to a5, for example, you know. So it's not so easy to know, you know, how you should, what you should do in this position.
It's a little bit of a cat and mouse game where you sort of you prod and try, and sometimes you see this bishop d2, and then they suddenly do c3. It looks very strange, and then the bishop moves to c2, and then the bishop goes to e3, and so on. So nothing is set here. It's not like there is a simple plan that he's following. It's a little bit out restricting the opponent and trying to find some way to finally maybe either get a kingside attack somehow. You could move your knights up on the kingside, or maybe push d4 in the center.
But the key question now is, what is the next move for white? Because it's not very clear, you know, what to play here.
No.
Because knight a5 is always there if you move the bishop on d2. And if you do not play that, how do you bring out your knight on b1? Yeah. I cannot say that I have a clear answer to that one, you know. That is not easy, you know.
Maybe at some point you could take on b5 and go with knight c3 as a threat, but even then there might be knight a5.
Or should you play bishop c3?
I guess it's possible. It looks a bit... Because
no, I don't say it's good.
No,
but you know, I just say that.
No, but let's say we go here. If we would later play this move, that would be a horrible mistake, because the b4 would trap the knight.
Or should we play a5? But you don't want, you know, normally you don't want to do that.
You could do that, of course, but no, I
don't know what white is going to play here. Actually,
we can see that there has been very few games with this position, even though we have only played 11 moves, and they are sort of, I would say, typical Spanish moves, except maybe for the bishop d2, which is there, but it's not maybe so common. But even so, there has been very few games in this line. And actually, white decided to take here in the game. Okay. So this is what's happening. And we know that black is going to take back. And then he played knight c3.
Okay.
So...
And now if you play knight a5, you probably play bishop a2.
Yeah, then you can
b4 knight d5 or something like that.
Yeah. And you don't get this exchange, so and the b4 might be a little bit weak on b4 and so on. So yeah.
I mean, one of the advantages that white has got is that the bishop on b3 down to f7 is better than the colleague that is stuck behind the pawns. So in that sense, you know, white can have a small advantage just when it comes to the positions of the pieces.
Yeah.
But it's not much.
No, not much. But this bishop here on e7 should be compared with this one. Yeah. Because they are sort of the same bishop. But this one is hemmed in by these pawns, while the white one is outside of the pawn chain. So this is the difference. But that doesn't make a complete game. But it's something you can build on. Yeah.
Shall we look at Sivuk, the Swedish champion?
So here we come.
Okay.
And we have an English opening here with c4.
And that we like, because we haven't had so many of those.
No, very few actually. Yeah. Very classical play with d4 and e4.
Interesting. He plays a very solid and slow line. It is more like you play the Sicilian with an extra tempo if you play d3, you know. And then the check on b4. Okay.
So black is ambitious here with f5. Okay. Knight f3, knight c6. Interesting here. In this position, we only have a few games. And after this move, there are no master games played. And we have only played 4 moves.
That's actually fantastic.
Isn't that fantastic? And this is, I would say, fairly normal position.
Yeah, of course.
But it has actually not been played.
Now, and so like I said, it is a little bit like if white is, you know, playing with black, but with an extra tempo. And, you know, this can actually be, this is quite often, this is better than people think. Because it's so easy that you underestimate the position for white with this extra tempo and so on. And this I've done quite a lot with my juniors through the years, and that is to to put up the same position,
but
with reversed,
yeah.
because from a psychological point of view,
Yeah.
you're normally with white, you should try to find something that makes you to play active and you think you are better. And if you're black, you're more defensive and play slow and so on. And the judgment of the same position but with reversed colors can be quite stunningly different.
Yeah, I've done that too, and I often think that the white positions that I don't like so much looks much better when they are
when you're black. Yeah,
because I see that I'm black, but I have no problems.
Yeah.
When I'm white, I see that I have no problems, but what am I going to do? Because you have this, when you're white, you want to do something.
Yeah.
And with black, you are happy to hold.
Yeah.
So it's a good thing to trick yourself to think in a new way. Okay, so let's see what happened. Knight c6 was played. E3. Knight f6.
Here you can play e4, huh?
In this position?
No, even instead of knight f6. You could have played that.
Yes.
I don't say it's good, but I just say it's if you want to be really, really tough,
But it doesn't. What does it produce?
No, the thing is that you have the chance to do it before white can, take, for example, where to put the knight. We'll probably do it, put it on d4 or something like that. You have the chance to take it.
Let's try it out.
Yeah.
So,
I don't say it's good in any way, but I just say that if you want to be, be very, very fast in your play.
But somehow you get the weak pawn on e4. So you could take this, and take this, and maybe you move the knight somewhere. I don't know.
To d4 or something like that.
Knight d4 maybe looks good. What's about this?
And then knight f6.
And then knight f6. Yeah. Well, this is definitely playable. So e4 is definitely a possibility.
But I still think that it's not the most.
Well, I think
knight f6 is the
Jarmola here
Yeah.
makes a good decision not to enter into any tactics where he gets weaknesses at this point.
No, agreed.
So this happened in the game, and Sivak
he really plays slow.
bishop b2. But what I think is interesting here is he goes for a fight. Already after 4 moves, he has left the known territory. That's quite impressive, because lots of people when they are playing the opening, they want to play something they played before.
But if we look at this position, I think that the next move for white will be a3. Well, that is so black should take that into account. And the question is then, do you want to take on d2 or not? So if you know that a3 might come, then maybe you should play a5 in this position with black, or
a5.
or do something that is more like a preparation of this a3 that will come.
So this idea is sort of coming, and if you then change on d2. And white, let's say white take with the bishop, then white has the pair of bishops. Black is still perfectly okay because he has the center, but he has to have a strategy for this. And what you say is that if he plays a5 here, then on a3 he could choose to play, let's say, bishop c5
or bishop e7. I don't know which one.
Somewhere he could just retreat. He could still take here, but he could also just play something like this. Yeah. And this actually, it resembles the Grand Prix attack a little bit with reversed colors. Usually then white would have fianchettoed his bishop, but still it has some resemblance to that.
And normally that is easier to play black, but you have to watch out.
Yeah.
Okay, so
he didn't do anything special with the bishop.
I would play a3 here for sure with white.
A3 looks normal.
And I think at least because what is happening then is that you have a long-term advantage with white.
Right.
With a pair of bishops. Because if you go back, then b4 comes immediately. Bishop can be played on b2. It feels a little bit easier to play white in that position, I believe.
Yeah. So he castled.
Okay, he doesn't want to go into this.
Again, I guess he's thinking, he's prepared to, if black wants to play a5, go ahead. And I would say that I suspect that white is preparing maybe, to play a3, maybe then b3 or b4, and then put the bishop
really
here.
slow development.
And just play with this sort of restricted center, good pieces, bring out the queen, bring in the rooks, and then we'll see.
But if we look at this Grand Prix attack, then black should probably play something like queen e8 and go for some kind of attack on the white king.
I think that is what's going to happen. I believe this can be a very, very sharp game, even though it's at this point nothing is much.
So
much is happening.
So wait for 7 more moves, and then we have the attack coming.
It could be earlier. I'd say like 4 or 5 moves. Maybe we could see some real attacking going on.
Some attention.
But black could also choose to play it more positionally, just develop his pieces, and maybe even play d5, and we could get into basically a Sicilian game with the reversed colors. So let's jump to the next one. And here we have the juniors.
Yes.
And we have this interesting guy, Akshay Borgaonkar from India. So he's playing black.
And we can already see that compared to the old Sivuk master, play that is slow and no challenge in the opening. Here we can see 2 youngsters who are ready to go for their openings, preparation. So
my impression when I look at this is that somehow white has managed to gain some advantage.
Because just look from a material point of view. White has
just
got a
from material.
rook and 2 pawns against 2 pieces.
And also the fact that black's pawn formation is a bit scattered. So this pawn here should be here.
Yes.
And now it's here, and so he has some weaknesses. And white is very well coordinated. The rooks are doubled, queen on a good square.
But there is one thing, and that is that it is a position with castling on different sides.
Right.
And in those positions, it's an attack. That is normally the basic idea. And in an attack, 2 pieces against a rook is normally stronger, because the rook cannot defend as well as the knights and the bishops. So I think that this is the basic idea for black, is that you want to go for an attack, and I think that white, instead of trying to go for an attack, maybe even wants just to start to swap pieces and go for an end game.
He could go for an end. I think exchanging rooks could be very good.
Yes.
But let's see how this happened, because
extremely interesting.
Can you say which opening this is?
No. The Sicilian.
Let's make a guess.
A Sicilian would be one possibility.
It's not the English, I can say.
No,
because white didn't play c4. Anyway, no, but I would say it's not a d4 opening.
No,
it's e4. I think, and I think it could be, as you said, it could be the French. Maybe, I don't know. This is very difficult, but let's see. Actually, it was the Caro-Kann.
Interesting.
Yeah,
with the pawn on h4, I understand.
Yeah.
Bishop f5.
So we have the old main line.
Yeah, and that's also why they can play so fast, because they are into territory. This position has occurred so many times, so they can play quite quickly. But white choose not to play with h5 and bishop d3, but keeping the h4.
I have noticed that Johnny Hector, the Swedish grandmaster, he sometimes plays bishop d3 here instead of playing h5. I mean I think with the standard move here, the most played move is h5.
Yeah.
And this is how I usually play it myself. And then you take the exchange with bishop d3. But in this game, instead of that, he played bishop d3 immediately. We're going to go back here. So. And of course, black has to exchange, because if you don't, your pawn formation is ruptured. So you have to do this, and queen takes. I don't know really what the big difference is.
Well, one of the things is that in many of the main lines, the h5 pawn can be a weakness.
That's true, yeah.
So because the knight will go to f6 and hitting on h5. So of course, to stay on h4 is one way of outrulling that possibility. But on the other hand, it does not put so much pressure on black, and it can be weak on h4 as well. You still do not, well, it's not clear that you want to castle short side with that pawn on h4. So what is the pawn doing on h4? If you do not get it to h5, so it will be interesting to follow, to see, you know.
Well, I think one idea, of course, is that you have provoked black to this h6 move.
Yeah.
And this is a weakness. If there is ever a kingside castling, this will be a weakness.
And so, of course, if you can play g4 and g5, then it's maybe better to have the pawn on h4, because then it can, you know, support the pawn on g5.
Yeah.
But because white normally in this variation always go for a long castle. But
True.
let's see what's happening.
Yeah, we see. So black played e6, bishop f4,
Yeah.
knight gf6, queenside castle, bishop e7, queen e2, and here we have the kingside castle, knight e5, queen a5, king b1.
All of this, you could say, is fairly, you know, quite normal moves, you know, like standard way of developing. You know?
This is a fairly standard development of the pieces, and we can see that this is actually something that has been played in 2022. There was a game between Nepomniachtchi and Kamer, Vincent Kamer.
Two really hot shots.
Two elite players, top 20, I think, in the world today. This has some.
And I'm sure they have been looking at this game, Nepomniachtchi mot Kamer.
Yeah, I'm sure.
This is what you always do, you know.
Yeah, you check these games. So after. In this position, white goes for this rook development on the third rank. I think it's called a rover in the United States.
Rover.
A rook up and over. It's
a
rover.
That was new to me.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
nice.
I think it's a very good... I tell my juniors, we call it a rover. So you move the rook up and then you go over. That
like
means
that.
you go somewhere here or maybe somewhere here.
Rover.
Yeah, a rover. This is a
Cool.
rover, yeah. It's a very cool concept. And... it's a good way to describe it, I think, because that's exactly what you do. You go up and you go over.
Yes.
So
But it can also be just a double on the d file.
it can be both.
Yes. So it can be just what will it be then? It will be a.
Then it's a doubling. Or
Then we have to find another good word. But okay, let's see.
Yeah. So rook d1, c5, and now we actually get this over tactic.
Yes, took the chance.
Yeah. So we get the rover here.
What is interesting here is, of course, that because normally the queen very rarely goes to a3 in this type of positions, because, you know, it should go, like you say, more to g3 or something to put pressure.
Now this is unusual.
This is unusual, but you can see that it's actually a little bit strange position of the black queen. It has got some problems, because if you go to d6, maybe knight c4 even comes, you know, to hunt the queen, you know.
Yeah.
And if it goes, you know, c7, then you can take, maybe there is like knight g6 or something like that. You know, there are scary possibilities.
Yeah, I don't know if black had seen, because he didn't have to play c5 in this position, because now he's actually covering the a3 square with his bishop.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe he, I don't know, who knows, but he sort of gives white this option, because as you just said, it's a bit awkward to find a good square here.
And don't forget, you know, if you get the chance, you can absolutely take on a7 as well, just winning a pawn. You know?
Right. In the game, black played queen c7.
Okay, so that was a possibility after all.
And now we get this crazy tactic.
What? Ah, it's hanging on. That's really interesting.
Yeah. So now suddenly everything happens. So Sokolovsky, it looks like a sacrifice, but he gets these 2 pawns and a rook for 2 pieces.
Wait. I just you know, no, I have to take on f7. And then, okay, it doesn't matter. Take on f4.
Yeah.
I just thought if you could take on e6 here, but, you know, maybe it's too tough. Anyway, take on d8, I guess. Or, yeah. And if you take with it rook, then queen take e6 is probably very strong.
Yeah, then you get the check and the king has to move into the center, and that's very dangerous. And there is always take on a7 at some point.
And you can see that Sokolovsky is very well prepared, because he has not even thought for a second in this game, you know.
Well, yeah, that's a bit strange because you can. It's quite far. We're already at move.
No,
20.
he has had this. He has been looking at this morning for sure.
You're certain about that?
Yeah, but because otherwise you don't have one. He has been playing
I
faster
agree with
than
you.
so. He must have looked at this.
Yeah. Okay. Very good. Excellent. Queen b8. Rook a4. Take.
Now look at. Go back a little bit more. One more, because you can see here, 122 for black in this position.
Yes.
After taking that, he was thinking about 50 minutes. You can see quite clearly here where the knowledge for black went away, because probably he has also been a bit prepared for this opening, but now he lost his track, And you can see that white is still moving quite fast. So this is now they are moving out of the preparation.
Now white, as we said, that you want to exchange a little bit here. So he went for an exchange here with knight h5, and then black played b6, securing the knight on c5. And if white takes on f6, well, bishop takes. The bishop is also secure, and even though white has the more coordinated position, black's pieces are active.
Yeah, the problem is also that, white's 2 extra pawns is in front of the white king.
Which can be good.
It can be very good, but the problem is, of course, if you want to make use of them, then you need to start to push them.
Yeah.
But then you need to first to exchange a lot of pieces, because otherwise simply it will be very dangerous. I mean, b4, knight a4, for example, just to show that it can be very, very dangerous with the black squares and so on. So.
I don't think you want to move this pawn here.
No.
This pawn on b2, because the black bishop really loves these weak squares.
Yes.
And the black queen can come here and maybe come down here. So it could easily be a catastrophe on b2.
Yes. So white need to take care. White should go for swapping off pieces. One problem with knight h5 is that if you take on f6, the bishop is on a perfect diagonal down to b2. So I think this can be a very interesting position to look at this game, because also, even though we saw that white was a little bit ahead when it comes to the computer analysis, this can be a position that is very difficult to play with white, because black can have the advantage of getting a strong attack.
Yeah, I would think white is better. Let's just first look at the evaluation bar. It gives an advantage for white, but it's part of that is material, because I think there has been some, computer analysis of material imbalances, and I think the verdict was that a rook is worth a minor piece and 1.5 pawns or something like that. And here we have a rook and 2 pawns against 2 pieces, and I think you have maybe a slight advantage. I think it's like a rook and 1.5 pawns against 2 pieces, something like that.
Yes,
but that doesn't say anything about the position. I think it's a very sharp game, and I think we should go to the next game.
Yes.
So did we check? No, we haven't checked, William.
No, that's interesting.
Oh, another Catalan.
No, not again. Okay.
We love the Catalan.
Yes, I'm joking.
Yeah. Okay. So g3 again, and we see the bishop b4 check. Bishop b7, knight, bishop g2, d5, knight f3, castles. And we saw, was it bishop c3?
Bishop c3, Edwin played.
But here we see the standard. Standard may be too much to say, but one of the main moves, I think. Maybe the most played move, queen c2. Very simple move. You just protect the pawn. You prepare to develop your pieces. And we'll see what happens, okay?
Yes, and you still haven't made the choice where to put the bishop on d2. Most likely it will move to f4 or something like that.
f4 is very likely, So, a5 was played, which I think is quite the common plan in this opening, in this line.
But now?
Yeah, now h4.
That is...
And interestingly, again, we see that there has been no master game with this exact opening played. this position.
So what is the idea with h4? Is it an attacking move? You know, to play like knight to g5, or what is the idea? Because to my eyes, it looks a bit strange, because normally you want to have for example, if you go for an attack, you want to have the bishop on g2, on d3, you know, and go, if you want, you know, so it's ready to go for the king on g8. But in the Catalan, white normally wants to play on the queen side, and h4 is giving it the signal of something else.
Yeah. It's not easy to say exactly what William was thinking about when he played this move.
But you can see that he hardly thought anything, so it must be a preparation.
It is most likely something he has looked at.
Mm.
And that's the advantage with computers, that moves that previously someone would say, no, that goes against the principles.
Mm.
That's not a common, that's not, you don't say that anymore.
No.
You say that the computer says it's okay. And then it's okay, doesn't matter. But I think in this position, when you play a move like this, it's sort of multi-purpose, because you can still castle.
I also think, you know, one idea is, of course, that if black plays knight to e4, then you can maybe play knight g5.
Yeah,
because
I'm sure that knight g5 comes into the equation at some point.
Yeah.
And as you say, if black would a little bit naively play the knight here, then this works just fine.
Because what is happening now is that if you take, then you open up for the rook on h1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So then it would be like this. And then you take with the pawn, and suddenly you have a mating threat up here.
Yep.
And then you can start about, then you could even think about knight c3 and casting queenside.
Yes, exactly.
So black does not play knight e4. He plays instead the more sensible counter-attack in the center, plays this move.
But of course, this can be something that, you know, because maybe you can even take on c5 and then take on d5 or something like that, you know. So.
But then slowly but surely, maybe this h4 move is not so important anymore, and maybe you've lost a move.
So the question is, if you take on c5, how does black react to that?
Maybe he plays knight c6 or something. Maybe just develop.
Just develop, yeah.
Yeah, and just play. Maybe even play d4 later and e5 and sort of try to take the center.
And if you take on d5, maybe you even take on d4. Huh?
Yeah, you could take on d4, I guess. Try to prove that, this move was a waste.
Yeah.
Wasted.
No. It's very logical.
Yeah.
To play
something like that. But let's see. So castles was played. So c takes, knight takes, knight c6. Very logical. Just try to develop fast. Bishop c3. Knight b4. Interesting move.
Yeah, because if you want to, you know, because then black really wants to show that this was a strange move, this h4.
Yeah.
And in one sense it was, but what white has gained is that c5 was played, and you have some kind of little bit different structure in the center compared to the normal development.
But now we can see that William White is not in his book anymore, because he started to think a lot, and he's almost caught up with his opponent.
No, I like knight b4 because, you know, now e5 and d4 is also, you know.
So in the game, William actually took here.
Yes.
And pawn takes.
But if you have to take this one, this cannot be a problem for. This
no.
Black must be absolutely fine in this position.
Black,
or maybe even better, you know.
Knight d2. Yeah, this. I mean, white is okay. I can say that.
Yeah.
There is no big problem, but somehow it resembles what we have in another game. You know, the game with bishop on c5 and b6 and so on. Black has his pieces out, and white has not really managed to get any. But he has some pressure, but it's not really that dangerous. But interesting position. Things can happen. Should we go back?
Yes.
Let's go back and start over, because things have happened for sure.
Yes. And it has.
And we have to move back here. Let's see where we were. We were actually, I think we were here, right?
Yes. Let's
C3.
go for that.
Yeah, d6 was played.
Yeah.
And d4. Here is an alternative to play with d3. This I think is played quite often. And then you go for the more slow maneuvering with the knight to d2, maybe rook e1, knight to f1, and so on.
Because as soon as you have played d4, then you also have to calculate whether this can be weaknesses, because black will take, put bishop on b6, and then bishop to g4 can be a little bit uncomfortable.
Yeah. And he plays h3, a devious trap, because if black goes for this, you have this fork here, attacks both this and this at the same time.
Winning.
Yeah, it wins actually the game. So, but black of course does not fall for this trick. Eric has played chess before; he knows the game.
But it's important because also in this position you could take on e4.
Yeah,
it's the same trap.
It's an important tactical device. So knight d2, rook e8.
So what white gained with this trick was that he could keep his center and cover it up with a bishop on e3 and so on. So because that's what you normally want to do. You would want to keep the tension with white as long as you can in the center. If you have to play d5 or something like that, normally you have shown your cards, and black can try to make use of that.
Yeah.
So yeah.
And he continues with this trick, rook e1, take, and c takes.
And if you take on e4,
and again we have this. We start by taking this time, and then we fork rook and.
Yes, we've seen it before.
Yeah, it's a very important trick in this position. Without that, it will probably not be so good for white.
No, because otherwise white had to go like d5 or something, take on e5 or something like that, and it will be more or less equalized.
Yeah, I think in this position, if black plays, let's say, plays some move like this, I think you can play this.
Then you can do like that, yeah.
Probably. Because after bishop takes e, maybe not, maybe you cannot take on c6. But anyway, the bishop is not so good after d5, so you can just play this, and probably white is maybe slightly better. But in the game that didn't happen. It was e takes, knight b4.
And that is actually a little bit of a provoking move.
Yeah,
because I thought immediately, about, okay, let's see what is happening after a5, bishop a7, and d5.
Let's see.
Yeah.
a5, bishop goes back,
and d5.
And now you want to do this.
Because my idea was that if you take on e3, rook take e3, the knight is actually trapped.
But there is always c5.
Yeah, I know.
So
but when I say trapped, it's more like but at least then it because if you have to play c5, you take the pawn, and you might have a weakness on d6.
This is true, but this is quite common in the Roy Lopez. You're not so afraid because it's very difficult to attack this, and also you have a counter threat on e4. So it sort of balanced itself out a bit.
But okay, let's see what happened.
Yeah.
Because he didn't play this.
No, actually he did.
No, he took on b5. Huh?
Sorry. He took here first.
Yes.
Yeah. And then he played d5. And
maybe that is better.
Now
actually.
He played c5.
Probably that was better to take on b5 instead of my a5 that only gave a weak pawn.
And then there was an exchange.
Now you can actually can you take on e4? Then you take on b6, huh?
Yeah. But
it's completely winning. Okay, so
I was thinking if you could do something straight with knight to d3, but I think then you can always take on f7 and then queen b3. So
yeah,
if you might, it looks a bit tempting, but I think this is actually an easy way just to sort of
d5.
Yeah, you could play d5 maybe. I don't know, but you can you play this? Well,
take on e4.
Take on e4. Should you take the queen?
I don't know.
You have a check here later on. I was thinking something like this.
You can also take the bishop.
You could also take here maybe.
Yeah, take on b6 probably is fine.
Maybe you can play. Maybe you can even play.
Anyway, this is a good position for white. We do not need to analyze it anymore.
No, it's not so important. In the game, black did not go for any stupid line like that. He played knight takes c6, and this is the position. to me, this looks like a very balanced position with a slight advantage for white.
Yes, due to this pawn on d6.
We can check the evaluation bar just for fun. And yeah, it says fairly equal. Black has no real weakness in this position. There are some weak pawns like d6, b5, and so on, but white has no pressure on these.
No, it's also like the compensation is that you have a good e line. Or e-file, you know, for the e4 pawn, and the bishop on b7 can be strong. So the weakness of e4 might be as big as the pawn on d6.
You wouldn't perhaps want to play something like this, but even a move like this is possible to protect.
Or knight e5.
Or knight e5, as you say. So this move also sorry. Bishop f4, maybe just go here.
And you don't want to take on e5, so yeah. Okay, fairly equal.
I think this position is fairly equal.
Let's go for Edwin.
So it can go any way here. So interesting.
This is sharp.
So let's look.
And strange. Yeah.
So we had
Catalan.
We had this bishop c3 move, and we actually got knight e4, which we said was definitely possible. We had some suggestions here. Knight bd2 was possible. Maybe even better knight fd2 to take with the knight on c3. But Edwin had another idea here. He played a4. So, what do you say about that?
Well,
it's a bit odd, I would say.
It is a bit odd, but I think that what he's doing is also to ask black, what do you want to do? And if we look at what is the normal reactions, if you take on c3, knight can take c3.
Yes.
So that is, of course, then you got it on the right squares.
Yeah.
And then, actually, if you take on c4 in that positions, a4 can be a good move, because then you cannot protect. So it is not clear how black can do anything. You know,
when I say odd, I just say it's a little bit surprising.
Yes, it is, because it looks strange not to develop. I think it's always a bit strange where you do not develop your pieces. You know.
Yeah,
and start to make pawn moves like this.
Yeah, especially here you look for something. You want to clarify this e4 thing. He just says, I don't care. I play a4.
No, it's also because now black needs to make a decision how to put the pieces.
Yeah.
And it's not clear, you know. B6, you know, then a4, you can even play a5 sometimes, you know. And if you play, you know, c6, I'm not sure you want to do. Or do you want to play f5 to secure the knight? Or, you know.
You could play the Stonewall type of play with this.
Yeah.
And then maybe you play this.
Yeah.
And so in the game there were some more moves played. So black played a5.
A5. Yeah. And then the question is, of course, who has gained something from this? But if we let's say now that Edwin plays knight fd2, for example.
I actually played the other knight.
Yeah, but let's say you do that. Then I actually think that this is an advantage for white to have a4 and a5 played.
Because?
Because how should white, you know, you put pressure on b5.
But I mean, if let's say black will choose something with c6 later on.
Yeah, it's more like you put the pawn on. I think that the a5 pawn feels a little bit more vulnerable.
Maybe. I'm looking at this b4 square. Yeah.
Yes.
On the other hand, the knight is here. If it had been on c6,
yes, agreed. So that's what the point, of course. Yes.
So anyway, a4 knight bd2 was played. Now you could imagine taking on c3, but no, he played the Stonewall.
Because also, if you take on c3, b takes c3.
Yeah.
Then you cover up this square on b4.
Let's just see that. So in this position, this move looked very normal, but maybe it's nothing special. And this double pawn is just for now, because white can always exchange.
And rook b1 and okay.
But this would have been playable, of course.
Of course.
I think everything is playable here. I feel that this is very even in some way.
f5 is a little bit tougher move in a way.
Yeah, and there was an exchange.
Now,
and now surprisingly D takes.
ooh, that's a surprise. I always take with the F pawn in this type of
Yeah,
situation.
but F is sort of keeping the balance in the center. And the choice of culottes here to take with the D pawn is more like, now I'm going to storm you on the king side.
Yes, and also, you know, it gets a more unbalanced position that gives more chances, both to win and to lose. In a way.
So after this move, he went with C5.
I was playing really sharp.
Yeah, interesting.
Because one problem with C5 is that if white plays, for example, F3, and you open up the long diagonal, then after C5, the B7, you know, you have a very, very good diagonal for your bishop.
But the problem, I think, if you play F3 is that E3 can come.
Yeah, and knight.
And then maybe at some point even F4, and you sort of incarcerate the bishop on G2. So I'm not so sure about F3
No, me
here.
neither. Me neither.
Maybe this, because if you take, then it looks very. But what about this
knight
move?
B3.
Knight B3, yeah. But there's no threat. Maybe you could even do this.
And take.
Yeah, maybe you take back.
And then rook, queen D3 or something like that.
Yeah, I don't know.
No, me neither. I don't know.
Nobody knows. Yeah, what happens here? Should you take on D4?
Because, okay, knight take.
Then you take with the knight,
Mm-hmm.
and then some move. Bishop somewhere maybe.
But I'm threatening to take on E3 and on E6 and
Yeah. It's not so clear. Or maybe this is too much. I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
No, I thought I have another suggestion after this that you played after
he
F4.
he didn't play F3 though. He actually played knight B3 immediately.
Okay.
So, but F3 was interesting, but I can understand that maybe he doesn't want to. But the line you showed proves that it's not so clear. But after this knight here, maybe you're not actually forced to play F4. You could play something else here. So it's quite an interesting possibility. But he played knight B3 immediately.
Because the thing is also, if you know, like knight B3, okay, what should black play?
I think also you said before that Trost, he does not perhaps always plays, the best moves, but he's always playing good moves and sort of solid moves. And I think that's the case here, because if you're prone to making moves like F3 and go into tactics that you don't have 100%, you always take a risk and you weaken your king side and so on.
And another thing is that he's always better on the clock.
Right.
Because he's pragmatic and he knows the importance, and you can see that already now. He has more time.
He has half an hour advantage on the clock. And he has played very fast. I would say he has played like one move per minute.
And these are not, easy moves.
No, it's very
strategic.
tricky.
But it is, the good thing with knight b3 here is also that it's actually hitting against a5 as well. So if white, if you start, you have to watch out for that as well.
And also this F3 move, your move F3, it's still there. You have it all the time. So there is no rush really.
So for me, one normal move when this type of moves come is b6, just to get to stabilize, and prepare the bishop to go to b7. That I think is normal.
Yeah.
And then I'm not sure how to react on that.
There is also a move like, for instance, queen c7 or something like that. Also a possibility if you want to just develop pieces. But b6 is definitely looks like a fine move to me. So in the game, he played knight b3, and I think we'll have to jump.
Yep.
So we go to the Polish
top
meeting here, and what's your impression of this position?
It's actually getting a bit sharp here.
Yes.
Because if you just go back one move in this position after d3, because this is in this position, it seems like black has all the pieces on the right, with a f6, for example, just to cover up on e5.
But white has this tremendous pawn here.
No, I just say, but just look at that, f6 is like a safe When I say safe, I mean more like, that is the normal way. But with d3, now we really start to move into a very, very tough fight. And what black is trying to make use of the fact that, the d pawn is dangerous. You can put the bishop on b3, supporting the pawn walking down. And, this is very sharp play.
We have to go back, because this was a very interesting opening.
Yes, it was.
And we had this Catalan with the d takes c4, and we had the b4 move, and we got this situation
where we thought that black was absolutely okay.
We had this position, and we said knight c6, and he followed our advice. And after this, he played e5, and he plays
continue to follow our advice,
following the advice, and he and you suggested that white should take on c5, and of course he did. But now instead of the rook d5, this didn't work. We found that. But he played the more solid bishop e3, which is better. He covers d4, and of course now black has to jump. So he jumped.
No, it could also be rook a5.
But
I'm not sure it's bad. I just say that there is this possibility at least. But I'm not sure. Because maybe it's a move, but c5 you will always have to play knight d4 at some point anyway. So the question is if there is any advantage. Knight d4, bishop take,
because rook a5, rook c1, rook d c1, or rook a c1, and you play knight d4. You have to take with the e pawn, because queen takes c8, right? So. It will just show. But if this is possible, it would be nice. But I'm a little bit worried here because of this. Or maybe actually the other rook actually. Maybe this one is better, because after this move you take, and probably you have to take like this.
Yeah, that was my idea actually.
Yeah. But then you play b3, and maybe the knight bishop comes here, and you're stuck.
I was not. I just said again.
Interesting.
The interesting with this type of positions is that you have strategic ideas, and then it can be very, very tough, concrete lines. You have to calculate with which pawns is going first, and sacrifices a bit and so on. So
you have to have a plan. But interestingly here, after taking, now he could take with the c pawn,
and he did.
And rook c1, bishop e6, very logical, and rook queen c5, and here he decides to play this shocking move.
Well, shocking and shocking. I think it's two possibilities here. Either you go for f6, or you start to or bishop b3.
I mean, the idea is here, here, and here. Of course, white has moves like here. He has this. He can play with this. Many moves, but. What black is saying with this move is, I want counterplay.
Here you would like to see what the computer says actually.
We can take this position, and we can see what the evaluation bar says. It gives equal game. Very equal, I would say.
What about before? What about before? Because
let's go back. We can go back to this position.
Yes.
Where we thought that black, but it says equal here too. And here it's bishop e3 is the best move. Knight d4 is best move. Take. Yeah.
So everything has been very logical so far.
Yes. Bishop f1 would have been possible also here. Very logical to get the bishop out.
But then rook fc8, of course.
Yes. This is a perfect game.
So far, yes.
Yeah, actually the computer gives d3 as the best move for black in this position, which is quite interesting. But you can say,
I would be worried.
There aren't so many moves you can play here.
That's why I say either f6 or
you don't have so many moves, and you have to choose something that means something. If you start making nothing moves here, then probably white maybe can take over somehow. I don't know, maybe not. But
one move I thought about, rook fc8
here.
Because if you take on e5, the rook is actually a bit away from supporting.
But isn't that good for white? Because now we can take and maybe push. I don't know. Is that possible? Let's do this. What happens if we just play like this? And then we can maybe now you can play d3. Is that possible?
But that was my idea.
But I have bishop f3 always. What happens?
Yeah,
What happens if you just?
I
play here?
go d3.
You go d3, and that's then you have rook c1. Yeah. So you have to. Okay, maybe this is wrong. Yeah, probably a5 is not good. So
Anyway,
I think in this position, you play bishop f1.
Yeah, but what is interesting now is in these moments where strategic play is mixed with very concrete hard lines, and that makes it hard to play because it's easy that you miss something, in these situations. And the
But
evaluation.
I think if you're black, you're really afraid of this a pawn.
Yeah, of course.
You know that once this guy is up here and this bishop comes swooping in here on c6, then the game is over. So you don't want to exchange a rook that covers a8.
No.
So even if it's playable, so instead you go for this d2. I think it's kind of
No,
logical.
it's illogical.
Yeah,
I agree.
yeah,
I agree.
kind of logical.
And now
But
he's
very-
thinking.
Yeah, it's difficult. It's very difficult to say how this is, but we know that the evaluation bar says it's fairly equal. So that means that white cannot easily
convert.
win this. The question is, of course, what happens after this move? What happens here?
Okay, if you play d2.
Yeah, is that the move?
I think it's logical.
Yes, of course. Yeah.
Because with d2, you're threatening to play rook c8.
Yeah, so you have to play like rook or bishop. I don't know. What happens?
What do you do on d2?
If we play here, maybe you can play rook c8 anyway.
Yeah, that's exactly.
So probably, well, no, but you can go here maybe. And then you play this maybe, and then you
the idea.
play this maybe.
Rook c1.
Rook c1. Now we move the king up. How's this?
Rook d8.
Yeah, but rook d8 does not threaten anything.
Bishop
Bishop
b3.
b3 is a threat. No, it's not a threat. Then I take on d2 and mate on e8. So maybe I can just run here.
Okay, then I make room.
But then you do something here. Some h6. So
maybe you should have played rook b5 in the move before.
yeah, it's also possible maybe now. No, but then yeah, you're right.
My idea
I
was
think probably in this position maybe you should interpose this move. And again, bishop b3 does not work.
Maybe you play in this position.
Because of this.
I have one idea.
Just going to show the audience here that what we're talking about.
Yeah.
We have this.
I have one idea in that final position. I don't know if it's working, but it was to play h5 in this position.
With the idea of bishop g4.
Yes. And if you take, there is no mate anymore.
Yeah, now there is no mate.
Just to show how dangerous this can be,
Yeah. This could be dangerous. But we could perhaps make some move here. Let's see. Is there something? No, this is dangerous. It's not clear how you defend here.
No.
I think. It's not.
Also, become king f1, you can check on c4 and take the rook.
Yeah. No, you cannot do that. So I don't know. The threat is bishop b3 or bishop g4, I guess. So this looks a bit dangerous. Rook b4, bishop g4, and this is very, very dangerous. So let's go back and see what we can do instead. So,
of course.
So d3 is played, but I don't think rook takes e5 is so good.
No.
So I think what we came to, the conclusion was here that, maybe you shouldn't do that. So probably you should do something else.
Yeah, I also thought about, should you start to move your king towards the pawn? That is also this type of ideas but probably just rook d8 and, push the pawn, and you have this bishop b3. Bishop b3 is nasty. Or should you play bishop f3 in this position to put the bishop on d1 immediately? Is that the idea to play?
there's also the idea of pushing the A pawn to lock the black pieces, but this looks like a move to me. And you keep the rook on the c file.
Yeah,
because this is one of the attacks.
But okay.
So what do you want to do?
Rook c8. No, or bishop b3.
Maybe rook c8. What happens?
I thought maybe you take.
Yeah, you take. Let's say you take back. But maybe now you can move the king.
Yeah. But now the question is, if you play, what about? Can you play d2 here?
Well, but now we have this. No, then you have but then you can check him. No, you cannot. No, you can play this, right? Because if you check, then you cannot play rook c1 afterwards.
My idea was to play like rook c2. I'd give a check if you put. Yeah, I don't know. But now a check on c4 and take on. And take on b2. Give a check.
And then you have a check here. Yeah, that's very dangerous. So you have to play. So I'm not sure about bishop f3. Is that really the best move?
My feeling is now that at least white really needs to find the right defense, because this what we saw here is, how dangerous it can be if white is pushing too hard. You really need to find the defensive idea. So I would prefer to play black. I think.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay, let's see.
It's an interesting position, and obviously white has some head scratching here. He has to find the plan. He needs to get the king. I was thinking if you could do something more.
Should play f4.
Yeah, I was thinking some getting some space for the king to move up.
But it's dangerous. Also, the bishop on g4 after a while.
Yeah.
You're opening up.
You want to?
No, I don't want to do it. I guess rook.
Maybe d2.
Maybe d2. Like that. And then simply go for rook fd8 and bishop b3.
And now, if you put this here.
Yeah, let's go for the same.
Rook c8. Like this. Yeah, but now we can go there. Rook takes, and we play here, maybe.
Rook c2.
But then you play rook c2. Yeah, but do we have a move here? Can we play a5?
But even if you play a5, I can just take it. I can go for rook a2, and that position will be with a b pawn. You take on f4. It will be a little bit better for black.
Yeah, no, f4 does. It's in another situation. It would be better. I would, you would like to move your king to e3, for instance.
Yes.
Then suddenly the game would be more appetizing, so to speak. But so we need to find a good move here. It's not easy. It's not an easy position, and I think white is struggling with this.
Yeah.
We are sitting here and we know that the computer says it's equal.
Yes.
He doesn't know. He might think he's losing, or he might think maybe I'm winning. I mean, you have to find the.
Okay, bishop f1 is for me. It's also a possibility, of course.
Yeah, bishop f1 is definitely a good move. But let's say we play some simple move, rook d8.
And if you play like.
Well, maybe
a5. Or?
Can you play something like rook d1? Because of the. No, but you cannot play rook c2. Then it's bishop b3, right?
Yep.
But maybe here you have some move like maybe go here. Then you have bishop g4.
Yes.
No, rook d1 is. So bishop f1, rook d8.
No, probably it's just good for.
I don't like bishop f1 because I don't know. You have no clear continuation after rook d8.
Okay. But bishop f3 is a bit clumsy as well. It's not. Yeah.
So what are we missing here? We're missing something simple, I think. There must be some simple way to... Did we check a5 here? We didn't look at that? I don't know. What happens?
Can you... What about... Yeah. I also thought about... Yeah.
a5. You play d2.
a6.
I'm just, you
just
playing around here. Something like this.
There is also another move here, Maybe if you play in this position, bishop g4.
But now I can play f3, right?
Yeah, my idea was in this position after that was to go for... I can take on a6. Maybe instead of bishop, go back. Can you just take it?
Maybe you can just take it.
Rake take a6 and it's game over,
Yeah, is it? Yeah. Okay.
Simply lost the pawn. So
okay, so this is really terrible. So we have to find something better here. So a5 is probably not so good.
Here you really need to find the defense, huh? Okay, if you play rook d1, is that a move? Just go for
rook d8.
And then rook d2. And then go for f3.
And then you take on a4.
Yeah, and rook.
Yeah, maybe you should play like that. Surrounding up the pawn and blocking
yeah,
it
just
getting
give,
your king.
Yeah, just give it up, if you understand what I mean, like this. And rook d2. And take on a4.
You take this guy.
And now play like
f3
or something like that. And then go for, bishop f1. And you're threatening to take on e5.
This might be the right way.
Because now the rook is not coming to the c5. That was very dangerous when they came. When it came to c5.
Yeah, and when the pawn gets to d2, you are almost lost. But that's not easy to find.
No, this is no to give up your strength. The pawn on a4, that is not easy.
So, so it might well be that Bartosz Soczko here.
Yes,
he might be in for a nasty surprise, and we can see that he's burning a lot of time here.
Exactly, because probably he's starting to calculate all these variations that we try to find a defense, and you see, and I think that one difficult move was h5, because it was
we will have a quick look at the evaluation bar and also see actually. It says that all the moves we have looked at are equal. Bishop f3, a5, rook d1.
Okay.
So we just have to check what happens. Let's say a5. What happens then? Let's say rook fd8. We looked at this. What happens here? What is the white move? Bishop f3 is the suggestion, right?
But it was it really rook to f? Yeah, okay.
d2. Okay. You just push here. Because of the bishop b3, then you can play bishop f1. Yeah. So what about rook c8? Didn't we look at that? Wasn't that the problem?
But I thought it was before we played. Instead of rook d8.
So there might be, but again, even though we've analyzed several lines here and we don't clearly see how to do it, we feel that black is better. Probably for white, it's terrible to analyze this position because you need to find a good move, and you might not think that all lines lead to Rome here. You might be very afraid. But let's analyze without the computer again and see what happens after this move.
Rook fc8.
You want to play rook fc8? Yes. Okay. And now, what do we do? Should we take?
Take with a rook.
Rook d1. You can play. What you do then? d2. But then you get mated. I can take it because I have bishop f1 right later on, I think.
Okay, if I play h5, for example.
But now we have this move. Now we survive.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe this is the way to do it. So
Okay, let's go back.
So maybe a5 simply.
Mm-hmm.
We shouldn't waste too much.
Okay.
This is fascinating. I think we can sit here for
For a long time.
For a long time.
There was, yeah.
Very, very tricky. Very, very tricky.
Mm-hmm.
So let's go back. So let's go to the
Let's
next
go for
game.
Edwin.
Yeah.
Let's see what's else happening.
No, we have oh, you want to go
No,
back?
because I get some questions, you know.
Okay. So let's see here. So we had this surprising exchange.
Mm-hmm.
As you said, you've been taught and you teach your juniors capture towards the center.
Correct.
Which is f takes e4, but he captures away from the center. You could say, not really, but f takes e4 is sort of the normal move. Knight d2, c5, knight b3, and he played queen c7. We mentioned that as a possibility. Queen c2, and now e5. Let's go.
That's sharp.
Yeah,
That's logical in a way.
and we have a. And Edwin is thinking now. He's been using a little bit more time.
It's because, you know, normally you want to play like d5 in this position, you know, because then you will have like an extra pawn, you know. But look at the knight on b3. It will be very bad in that sense, you
And
know.
also the bishop on c3. If we play this move, I think black. I'm not giving an exact move now, but you could put the bishop here, for instance.
And in this, you would really like to have the knight on b3 to go to b5.
And then you could, you could move your knight here, and maybe the bishop comes here, and maybe you start some large invasion on the king side.
Yeah. So let's go back then. Let's see this position. So the question is more how to play here then.
Yeah.
Because you can also play e3, maybe.
You can definitely play that. I would say that's a very safe, rather safe. I don't know. How about c4 pawn? If you play e3, c takes d4, and then queen takes c4.
But it's hanging on e5 as well.
Is it?
Maybe.
Let's see. I was thinking maybe you go for this, take, and you just...
It's hanging on,
You use this is a very annoying pin. So if you take here, then you can take back,
And if you take on e5, maybe knight take.
And then you take. Very annoying.
True.
So maybe you cannot do that. So e3 might be slightly dubious, right? So then, and we have said already, you can play d5. We cannot exclude it. But maybe a
take
more...
Take on c5, maybe. Actually,
maybe even take this.
No, but I don't like the knight on b3 after that.
No, but you will redirect it afterwards.
Okay, I take it.
So this move. I'm not saying it's good,
but this looks very good for black, I think.
Yeah, I agree with you. It looks
because now it's now you need to do something like f3 or f4 and do something like that.
So let's see what the evaluation bar. Let's check the evaluation bar, and it says this is.
But d takes c5 is I think
maybe d takes c5
because then you can get rid of this bad knight, you know.
Yeah. No, this is probably better.
Yes, because also knight take,
but it's not
knight take, bishop take. It's not much, but
it's not an advantage, right?
No, b3, rook ad1. Okay, you have your extra pawn on the queen side, but it doesn't do much. Not easy to do anything about it, and because what is happening also, it's not easy to see how black is going to make something really nasty on the king side. With the knights
not at this in this, but I think for white this bishop here on so You are looking like, can I play g4 at some point, to try to break
Yeah,
this?
that's right.
Maybe play f3 at some point, but I don't see quite how this is going to work. Maybe you can play f4 at some point. You want to break out. We will have to go to the next situation.
Well,
Shall we, Eric?
Look at this one.
Nothing has happened.
Nothing has happened.
Well, after knight takes c6, we have one move. Queen e2, bishop e6.
Okay.
Everything we said before still applies.
Okay.
So we go to the next.
Yep.
So we go to the Praneeth game, which is also a Spanish game. And we have to go back a few moves. So we had the a takes b5, knight c3, rook b8 we have, and then knight e5. As you said,
Yes.
knight e5 is a very logical move. And now this bishop d2 has worked very fine for white, right? He managed to get the knight out, and he has taken d5. So at least optically it looks good for white. But black has a super solid...
But bishop f8 here was a good move, I think.
Yeah, he played that, and then c3. And you take... And now... some people would say you should take with the bishop here to keep
But
that.
then knight e7 probably.
And then you move back, and then you play.
Knight e6.
Yeah, and then you do d4 and so on. Anyway, he didn't do that. He took with the pawn.
But I would say it's still quite equal, that position,
Yeah,
so.
sure.
Yeah.
It's always equal. But what I don't like here is that the bishop is sort of excluded. It's blocked.
No, that means that white in this position should play maybe a d4 or something like that. Try to, before.
He played d4.
Okay, that's good.
Knight g6 and bishop c2.
Because now the question is, should you play f5 here?
Yeah, that's the big...
Because if you don't play that, then I guess you threaten to take on g6 and then take on e5. Huh? And you don't really want to take on d4. If you take on d4, knight take d4, there is this hole on c6.
No, then it's at least nice for white.
Because the pawn should be on c5 instead of c7.
You are immediately sort of drawn to this idea to play
So
f5.
the question is now, because here you might have the move g4. Is that possible?
It looks dubious, I would say.
I know, but...
I didn't know you were such a hooligan.
I try to learn from the youngsters.
Oh, yeah.
But
let's look at it. This is Jesper Hall's recommendation here.
Thank you, Tom.
I have nothing to do with this.
Okay.
No, but I mean it's playable, of course. Maybe
not, but
maybe you could do something like
Queen f6 or something like that. Just
Queen f6. Even
no, my idea was more like if you had to play like e4. It might fall apart. That was
true.
The point.
But even e4 here is possible. But
Mm-hmm.
also, I mean, there are many moves. You could even maybe take. I don't know. But then you take on g6. Probably
That was
not
my
so good.
idea.
Yeah, and then the bishop queen comes out. Then it's good. Then it works.
Or even that
but
position.
even a move like this is possible.
Yeah, of course.
Suddenly you threaten to take, and if you take, the queen comes. And I don't like this
I know it's not.
Yeah.
It was not much to make use of this little bit strange situation.
I think.
Okay, let's go back.
It's an interesting
F5 was played.
Illustration. Yeah, F5 was played. It was very logical. I mean,
it was very logical.
Yeah. And now I think what white wants to do is, black, perhaps do this e4 move, because where do you go with the knight?
H2, I can say, is the only move, so it's not difficult.
No, that's the problem. You have to find. You could maybe do something, prepare. I mean, it's white's move, so he has some choices. But the question is, of course, what happens if you take?
D take, and rook a6 maybe.
Oh.
Just to bring this in.
But I'm thinking maybe you just play something like this, and the question is.
But at least then you have, that's why I wanted to play the rook to a6.
And then you again want to play this move.
Oh yes, always.
Because I think for black, having activated the bishop to d6 is very nice.
I think this is, for me, black must be more than okay.
Yeah,
Yes.
I like this for black. So the question
but
is,
it's here you could say that white needs to find something, to put pressure on black, because otherwise, it's just a good position for black. E4 is a big threat here.
Well, I don't know. Is it so big? I mean, is it really dangerous? Let's say we play
Yes.
something really deep here, rook a7, just to
Okay.
tie black down a bit, and then
And
we,
I,
and then
I played a very deep e4. I
yeah,
play.
and we just go back and say, okay,
Mhm.
fine, because you cannot play f4 so easily. E4 is hanging, and white could perhaps go on with something like queen h5, you know.
Okay, I play knight to h4 here.
Yeah, this is nice. But what's the threat? As Fischer used
I
to
will
say.
go g5. Maybe not, but we'll see.
Yeah, you
Actually, there is another move possible as well. It's actually rook a8.
yeah, this is always a possibility, of course.
Mhm.
But I mean, it's not the end of the world. But I think this illustrates. So the question is, what can you do here? Can you play something like this? Is this stupid?
No, could be.
Sometimes you can sort of,
Mhm.
you know, he attacks and you sort of, you catches him and you can bounce back. Black would like, you know, to have a move like queen to g5.
Yes.
But as long as he doesn't have that,
Mm.
there isn't much of an attack going on here. That's my take.
Mhm.
G5, not clear what that's doing. Queen h5 is possible.
But
and so on.
f3 here was maybe a good move.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
So maybe that's the idea then. Or if you have, because if you have to take, it's not. No, my idea was also that one.
But of course, rook a7 was just to do a move.
I know.
Maybe not. That's not.
Mm.
Maybe that's.
But
that's
actually, it's
not-
good in one way because you need to put pressure on black. You know.
That's what I'm thinking.
Mm.
What's the point with the a file? So you had this idea.
Mm.
I like that idea.
Well, I don't know if you want to play.
But
no,
maybe-
no. I don't know if you want to play e4 first. You know, I don't know.
Okay. So we
I don't
go
know,
here.
but wait, maybe it's good to wait. Actually, maybe you can wait. Let's play rook a8. Actually.
So what happens if we play? You know.
Mm-hmm.
We,
But
we-
now e4. You know.
Yeah. Still. Okay. But I go here.
Yeah, I know.
I'm not going to change
Direction. Okay. Now knight to h4.
again. But what's it doing?
No, but now I want to go for the attack. You know,
Yeah.
with a point, of course.
Yeah. Of course. Yeah. Yeah. And now f3 is perhaps a bit dubious. You could take, I guess.
Mm.
And the king side will be a little bit ruptured.
Mm. There is also one trick I'm thinking about trying to get in is f3, e3,
Even that.
and go for to take and then play queen to
g5.
g5. You know,
Yeah.
it's almost working.
Almost.
Mm.
This is a very charged position, but
Mm.
actually this bishop works as a defensive force here, attacking e4.
Mm.
So it's very difficult for black to actually get an attack. With the bishop here, this could be in the
Yeah,
attack.
the
but
bishop on
it's-
f8 is a bit bad actually.
Yeah, but maybe at some point black can do something like this.
Could be.
This could
Could
sort
also
of,
be a plan, yeah,
could
I
be a
agree.
plan. So there are many plans. I think we'll just have to wait and see what the
Yes.
guys come up with here. So we go to the Swedish champion here,
Mm-hmm.
and here we said this was going to be a fantastic struggle. It looks like white has just won a pawn.
Yes. What has happened
Yeah, what happened?
in this marvelous struggle?
Yeah, we had this.
Did he make a trick? No, he didn't miss that.
Oh, he made
Oh,
a terrible
oh
mistake.
my God, he played e4 in this
The
position.
first blunder of the day.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Oh, e4.
Oh,
He
that-
was listening to you, but it wasn't this. It was
No.
the wrong position.
Yeah.
Yeah. But this is the first trick in the book that we teach the juniors. It's called a double attack with check. It's very forceful.
And there is, I can tell you that this was a mistake
Oh yeah.
because you know
Complete.
you don't lose this type.
No. So
Yes.
knight takes e4. So the Swedish champion got a free pawn against this guy. A bit. I'm a bit sad, but in a way it's nice, of course. But for us, we are sort of rooting for.
Of course.
Yeah, but the fight we were hoping for didn't
Yeah,
happen.
this is not.
No, this is not the fight we were hoping for. So let's see what happened anyway. Yeah. Yeah,
Even swapping pawn. Oh my god.
and we see here. Yeah, white has a clear.
Yeah,
Yeah,
also,
pawn up.
it's a clear pawn up. Also because the bishop on b6, you know.
Yeah.
You have ideas like c5 and...
Yeah, and also white has the best minor piece with this bishop pointing to the king up here.
This is simply winning.
So this is winning. Okay, we will not look at that. We will go to the next one. And here we have the juniors.
Here we have this fight.
We have this fight, and we just have
between
to move
attack
back.
and material, you could say.
Yeah, and we had this interesting situation here with the knight takes f7.
That was an obvious preparation.
It was a preparation.
Giving
and
2 pawns and a rook against 2 pieces.
And we can say that the psychology of things like this is very tricky, because you feel, as a defender, you feel that maybe the game is already lost. But in this case, I don't think it's lost.
No.
It's perfectly playable. Just a slight advantage for white, but not a winning advantage. And so we saw this.
That was logical.
And this was the position we saw. And then we had queen b5. White is
threatening.
I don't know.
I don't know if it's a threat, but it's just putting pressure.
Yeah.
And the idea for white is that you should try to just keep up, so that there is no attack for black to go for.
I think one of the ideas can be to maybe swap on f6 and go to d6 with the rook.
Yeah.
And then you have this attack.
I'd observe that black cannot take on h5 due to queen take
e8. Yeah. We have this. So rook f8 was played.
Logical.
And now he goes back. Okay.
Yeah. And I can understand that, because a queen or a bishop on f6 would have been very strong.
And there is a little bit of a trick here, because after e5, he played rook b4, utilizing this
queen to take on c5.
This pin here.
So if take on f4, you take on c5.
Yeah, here you have this. This was played. Was it? Yeah. It was actually played here.
And here after this, and here of course you can play queen to a8. Huh?
We have queen c4 always if we want to sort of reset the position.
And then you have take on f4 as well. Okay.
Yeah, you have moves.
Okay, then it's okay.
So in the game, it was queen b7, actually the same idea. But now he can play f3 because there's still the pin. And we have this position. Yeah, I would say white is slightly better still.
And also because now the pawn on f4 is actually hanging. And it's not clear how to defend this pawn.
Yeah, the queen c4 check and take. Not take immediately, because then the queen is lost. But queen c4 check and take. Yeah.
So that's why I didn't like.
So white is better here.
I think also white is better here. Because if it's false, you have actually 3 pawns.
Yeah, and it could be that within a couple of moves we have a very clear advantage for white.
Because if you can swap queens, for example.
And we take this pawn. Let's say white gets 3 pawns. Then there's no discussion.
Actually, it feels so far that white has played a very good game. Good preparation, and nice. You have this kind of, unbalanced middle game that, okay.
So let's go to the next one, and then we have
William
Olsson playing against Yair Parkov from Israel.
It was this special,
And this was again the Catalan, right? And it was not any Catalan, it was the Catalan with h4. Which was so modern that it's the first time seen in the master game.
It's okay. It's so modern, so it's a novelty almost.
Yeah, c5. Yeah, you could call it that. Castles. And we saw these exchanges. And we had this, especially this one.
I like that.
Yeah, and this looked like quite good for black in a way.
Yes, I think so.
Knight d2, queen b6. e3, bishop d7. Black has gotten his pieces out very nicely, and this h4 move has not really paid off.
No,
because to have any, he has castles, so there is nothing on the h file. and he cannot go to g5. So I think it was a little bit of a wasted move. But you said that he gained something because it induced the c5 move. But
the question, it was. I just said that if it is going to do anything, it would be that.
Yeah.
But I cannot say that it.
It didn't pay off.
No, and also one other thing is that in this position,
Mm-hmm.
you could maybe take on d5 and try to get 2 knights against 2 bishops.
Right.
But with this h4 pawn move made, an attack on the black-white king would be very dangerous with the white bishop off.
Yeah, it could.
It's really not good in that sense.
It's true.
No. Okay.
We have more moves. So
okay.
He moved back, maybe going to g5 at some point. Rooks to the center, knight e5.
Trying to swap off.
Bishop a4.
Of course.
b3 and bishop e8.
Yeah, I thought so.
And the importance of this bishop a4 was that this square is now weakened. And this is also a bit weakened.
Yeah, absolutely.
So there are many weaknesses now. Yeah. And then we have this, and of course he took with the knight, as you already proposed, e4 and knight c3. And to me this looks at least more pleasant for white.
Yeah.
It's white has a square on c4, but unfortunately black can always play b5.
No, black. I would say black is clearly better here.
Probably yes. Let's see what the evaluation bar says. Just so
that's my feeling.
Yeah, and it gives a very, very strong game.
Advantage.
Yeah, a 2 point, two
Yeah,
and a half
I mean,
points.
but look at even it's you have the d4 square, bishop to c5. It's much better for black. This
Black has interestingly not done anything sensational. Only very normal moves, really.
Yes.
White has tried things that hasn't worked out. So I mean, he played h4. It was not a good move. I mean, it was, at least he didn't have any follow-up to it.
No.
So it was basically just a loss of tempo. And black managed with this knight b4 and this exchange. He has locked down the queen side, and white has no play.
So now it is up to William to show strength in the last part.
But I have seen him play.
Yeah.
So I know that he's an excellent counter player. He knows how to counter.
That is one of the things that you need to have as well. It's the fighting spirit in this.
So I wouldn't.
No. He will continue. Yeah. We have seen Joar doing some remarkable stuff.
Yeah.
So maybe he following that footsteps. So why not? What do you say? Should we have a break?
I think we should take a break now. I think our technician needs a coffee.
Yes.
Okay.
It's a good way to say that we want
Okay, see you in a while. Maybe 15 minutes.
Yeah, 15 minutes.
Yeah,
Fine.
okay. Okay, so we're back from our coffee break. We have one game finished.
Yes.
It's the first board. It was a draw. And we can have a quick look. I think there was not so much happening in that game. So it was a Spanish game.
Yeah.
And we quickly saw a number of exchanges here in the center. So we got to this position. And here it just continued with more exchanges.
But here, actually,
there is
some pawn up.
Yes, but I mean...
But you're threatening the queen at this time?
Yeah, you're threatening the... you cannot take immediately... Well, maybe you could. There is a rook a8, but there is a rook b8. But black, of course, wants to get rid of the d pawn, so he plays d5. Queen c2, and then he takes. And we get all these exchanges like this.
And,
yeah. And it was a draw, I think, somewhere
Did
here.
you find king g7 here? And you have a symmetrical...
Almost symmetrical, yeah. Something like this, and it was a draw. So we will go to...
yeah, that was not so interesting.
No, that was... But
no, okay.
When two strong players play and...
and it was a good game.
Yeah, but nothing happened. And I think it's typical for Eric. He's very well prepared, and when he gets his opening and he gets his preparation, it's not so easy to
do something,
to do anything. And Raya tried, but he couldn't get there. So let's go to this one. This is
here it has happened a lot.
Yeah. So we had this we had this clash, you could say, here. With all the pawns in the center, and we didn't know what was going to happen. And
we thought it was going to take on c5.
We thought maybe take on c5. We checked some alternatives. e3 was not good, and so on. We said d5 is not good. But Edwin said, yeah, it's not that bad. He played d5.
Okay.
Yeah.
No,
and we can see from the evaluation bar that the evaluation bar gives us
little bit correct.
Yeah, it was correct. This is slightly better for black. And I think it has to do with the minor pieces. White has minor pieces that are not so effective. This one, for instance, is blocked by the pawn chain. And it's not easy to break out. This knight is also...
it's completely wrong placed in a way.
And even though this bishop actually is... It has some scope. Everything is well protected. So basically white does not have much play here. But on the other hand, black does not have much play either. I mean, this bishop, for instance, is also blocked by the pawns. The bishop is behind, and so on. But I think what gives black the advantage here, the slight advantage, is that he has slightly more possibilities with his pawns on the king side. And because you could say white has a...
somehow, I think that at some point white needs to play f3 or something like that. Because otherwise, you know, this, if black can, put his pieces in the right place and so on, there can be a dangerous attack,
But you can see that the white pawns here, they are blocked by these pawns. So there is a sort of a stalemate here on the because this square is also protected, but on the other hand, on the king side, it's much more open. Anything can happen, but black has a pawn extra, and he can also put the pieces on good squares. He can put the bishop here and the knight here.
But of course, white will start to put his pieces on the king side and get f3, and so try to put pressure on this. And in the long run, of course, it's not bad to have a protected pawn on d5. So black need to take care as well.
In an ending, this could be the winning pawn.
So okay, what happened?
Yeah. So in the game, it was knight f6 and f3, as you said.
Yes.
Take.
And, wait. Go back, because here we were looking at e3 earlier on, but just to try to keep up this tension, and so on. But I guess maybe you even play f4. Will you do that, or what do you do here?
Yeah,
because I think if not, e3 might be very strong.
Yeah.
Because if you take on f3,
actually, I think e3 is maybe even a critical move here.
Yes, it is.
And I think both players realize that.
Mm.
But the question is, do you dare to
No.
make it?
I said, that's why I say this is really the
Yeah.
the critical move, because if you take on f3, e take f3, white has quite logical moves as well to rook on e1 and so on, to put pressure on.
I would say that even after taking here, like in the game it was like this. This is still slightly better for black.
Yes.
Because you still have the same sort of.
Maybe.
Because you still block these pawns. You can put the bishop on d6. You can put the bishop on d7. Pressuring a4. You put the rook here, and you have some play here. But e3, as you said, in this position, is of course, if that is possible.
Because if you can play f4,
if you can get this move in.
then you have then the bishop on f3, g2 will be totally blocked, and you have good chances to win the game.
But you said f4.
Yeah, it was just it is like for me the logical move to the critical move. But now the question is,
should you go e4?
I think e4 or
but then
take
it's very
it.
blocked.
Maybe take it.
So let's say you take, and
it must be rook taker.
What happens if you? What is this bad?
It's more like a maybe knight h5.
Or maybe you have something like
or
this.
bishop d6 exactly.
Yeah,
bishop d6 is good.
Yeah, and you have this attack. Yeah, okay. So let's say you take with a rook.
But also now maybe rook bishop d6. No, it's bishop d6.
But now there is more scope for white pieces also. I can understand why black didn't go for this, because you have the bishop here and f5 might be weak and so on. I don't know where you go.
But
can you go?
Yeah, I thought about knight g4.
It's like,
was my idea.
You're going for the.
Because if you play h3, it's extremely. Maybe bishop knight e5 and take on c4. This is, I wouldn't like this.
Yeah, you have a point. This move, and you get to take this, but this comes, and then you have a weakness here and so on. Yeah. So maybe e3.
But of course, like you said, it's critical. So you would be nervous to play it. But if you don't play f4, what do you do then?
But then, if as you said, if black gets this move in, are you going to?
Can you play knight to c1? Or maybe you have bishop f5 at the end, even. I just thought that if you play f4 here, you can start with knight to d3 in this position.
Yeah, but that's
maybe bishop g6. Yeah.
Just play moves.
I agree. No. I wouldn't like to play this.
And now you have this horrible king.
Yeah.
And
it's terrible.
This pawn is very strong here.
Exactly. No. So this is not. So that's go back. This is really critical. This position, e3.
But when you don't play a move like this, there are two factors or two. One is, what are the alternatives? And I think Kaido saw that if I take and take and play like he did in the game, I'm better. Without any, there is no
danger.
There is no danger. There is no counterplay. But if I play e3, this might be really good.
Yeah, I thought about. There is one move here. It could also be bishop to h3.
Yes, this is a possibility.
Because now f4, you swap off the bad bishop and swap off the good one for white, and at least it's a little bit difficult to say.
You don't know. And if you play let's say you play something like g6.
Yeah, look at this long diagonal then.
Then maybe you can attack e3 somehow. I don't know. You could even play
now f4 is more interesting maybe, because you have this long diagonal now. But so. Yeah,
you can still take, I guess.
Yeah, some point.
Interesting. Anyway,
I don't know.
It wasn't played. So we got this exchange and bishop d6, rook a1, bishop d7.
Knight c1.
Knight c1.
You must protect a4. Yeah.
b3, b6, queen b2.
The logical moves.
And now he played f4.
Okay.
But it's not the same now.
But still, it's a bit logical, because
of course.
how should you proceed if you do not play that move?
Yeah, but now wouldn't it have been nice to have a pawn on e3
Yes,
and a
of
pawn on
course,
e2?
of course.
So of course, this was perhaps a missed chance. We don't know for sure, and we don't know what they saw, but e3 looked very tempting.
But now a very interesting question is, what about knight to d3?
Let's have a look.
Because if you, what I was thinking about is if you take on g3, and
I would expect this move.
and then take back,
And now e4.
e4, and you take it again, take on g3, and then e5. How is this position? Because, okay, you will win, you take on e1, rook take e1, but look at the pawns. How good is it? Maybe you just take and play knight to g4. Maybe it's nothing, but just at least this is something to calculate, you know.
You could go to g4 immediately if you want to, but maybe that's not. There's no point in that. I don't know.
Then you can always play d6, I guess. You know, maybe.
Yeah. So let's say we take here.
But of course, queen, then queen to d8, queen to h4.
No. Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I was thinking in this position after this, if you do something like this, then you have bishop f2 and queen h2 mate. So
No, d6 was the plan.
yeah. So
But
d6.
then, but if this, then queen d8 and queen h4 might be very, very strong, you know. So,
This looks horrible.
so let's go back.
So maybe d6 is not playable.
No, maybe not. So
But maybe knight d3 is not the move here.
could be
So what do we have?
take.
We can take on f4.
Well, yeah, okay. If you take on f4, can you then play e4? That was also something I was thinking about. If you and now I thought that maybe you will play e4 in this position. Then you have a worse version, but I had the idea of e4, f take e4, take on f4, and then you maybe have e5. Knight to g4. How is this position? Now you can at least you can take on f4 maybe, and it's got a stronger version. And then knight t3.
This is extremely complicated,
It is.
and I think if they play this with little time, anything can happen. So let's
Exactly.
check the times, and we see that Edwin again, he has double the amount of time as his opponent. This gives him a great possibility here in the time pressure.
So
They have only played 21 moves, so there are 19 moves left to play.
But okay, then if you take on f4, it must be e take f4. In that case.
No, I'm not sure.
But what
But
else?
in this position, was f4 the only move? There is no threat right now, right?
No, but the problem is you do not want to play g5 and so on, I guess, because it's opening it up too much after knight d3 and so on.
And e4 is not so strong because you can take on f6 maybe, take on e4 and just
Yes.
swap everything and
Yes.
maybe you win a pawn. So f4. Okay.
Let's go again. Take on f4. And if you
No,
take
but
back...
e4 was not bad. I mean, I still think it's interesting.
Okay. I take on e4.
You could also take on f6, but that looks
No.
dangerous because then
Why,
you get through.
you know, you don't have to in this case. Now you don't have to, so why do it? You have the strong bishop on c3, so of course you take with a pawn.
Yeah.
And then you want to play e5 for sure here. I'm sure you want to play this. And now you can... No, I would have played take on f4 immediately.
Immediately.
I'm sorry to say that, but you know I'm very.
You know, you
aggressive.
should think before you make your
I'm a
moves.
very aggressive player.
You should think before you make your moves.
Yes, okay. Okay, so because here you can also play h, and that's why I wanted to play knight d3 and then h3. That was my idea. Threatening the rook.
Yeah. No, but there's obviously lots of compensation for the exchange. But now when I move my rook, you cannot play e6 anymore because...
No, but I will play h3 first.
Yeah, this is true. So let's see what we do here. Well, the rook is hanging. We have to move it. Yeah, without calculating too much, it looks like White has lots of compensation for this exchange, and he has these pawns. It looks good for White, I think.
Yeah.
But it's difficult to say. Maybe we should check with the evaluation bar what it says. Yeah, big advantage for White. So this is obviously the wrong way to play.
So let's go back then after.
So G takes F4. And I think this must be the move.
Yeah, that's right.
This E4 is extravagant. You have to take
maybe knight D3, rook E3.
Yes.
Here you have some play actually.
Yeah. Rook E3 looks nice.
That must be the idea.
Yeah.
Because now you have compensation.
Yeah.
Compensation. You have a good position maybe.
Yeah.
So then White must needs to do something else.
Yeah. So
instead.
So we go back to F4.
Of course, take here. It's no doubt. So G take F4, E take F4, take on E8. Maybe take on E8. Actually,
I wouldn't say that it's the only way to play, but it looks very logical. But I don't know. Obviously, Edwin is thinking here.
Knight D3, but Knight D3. What is happening then?
Well, we checked that, right?
Yeah.
We said that you take, you take,
and E4,
and you play this one,
and take E4.
You take here.
Yes. And now, do we have anything? Can we play something better in this position?
Here we get the same exchange sacrifice, but
because you could maybe take on F6 also.
Now. Maybe you can play some simple move here. Because now we can block these pawns.
Would G take F6?
Or maybe G takes... Is there something else? Taking on E1.
My idea was to take on G7 maybe.
Yeah, maybe. But the queen can come to G3 maybe later on. Let's say we do this just for show. Here. Should we take?
King take.
Like this. King take, and now we move the bishop somewhere. Where do we go? Here?
Maybe.
Or here? Or do we want to keep the G3 square for the queen?
Bishop E5. Or something like that.
Yeah.
And again, I think that, there is no doubt that there is compensation here. But the question is more, how much compensation is it,
Well, you have a pawn. But this, if I was black here, I would think in terms of winning the game. Because you have rook f8, you have queen g5, and so on. And white doesn't, the pawns are not rolling here.
If I were white, I was thinking about winning as well.
Well, of course. But
everyone wants to win.
Yeah. But I don't believe so much in a white win in this position. Let's check what the computer says here, what it says. Yeah, it gives black slight advantage. Yeah.
But you could say that, I would just say this is a fighting position.
Absolutely.
Everything can happen here because it's so open and so on. So it's in that sense, if you want to go for the win, this can be a good choice. And
but I can tell you, I know what's happened. We have this position in the game.
Okay.
And so what happened in the game was f4, and as expected, there was a take on f4. And here, Kaido...
But we thought rook e3 was quite good here, after knight d3.
Knight d3, and this is the position. And we can see on the evaluation bar, our friend, that, black has an edge here.
Small edge.
Yeah, like a third of a pawn. But that is, in a position like this, that means something. It means that white does not have any, flashing pawns rolling or whatever. And black has the upper hand here. But, look at the times. Kaido has only 15 minutes, and he has to make 18 moves. Okay, he gets half a minute
Actually,
per
I
move.
saw a very interesting move. The rook e3.
Yeah.
Can you play knight to e5?
Yeah, you can play it. But
As it was threatened.
yeah, but you know, let's say just very simple chess.
and take on d7.
Okay. Take on d7. And maybe we can take with the knight. Why not? Let's put this away. So take with the knight here.
Because now they have the pair of bishops.
You can play bishop h3.
Exactly.
Try to get to e6. But there is always
Exactly.
knight f8, something like that. If you want to. Now black is clearly better here. It's not winning or anything, but it's...
Why clearly better? Bishop h3,
No,
and
but
then bishop d2.
Yeah. Okay, let's move along.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens. So you play here.
Mhm.
Actually, this was played in the game. We have this position. No, it was played like this. We have to go back. So there was e takes f4, knight d3, and now bishop f5. We didn't look at that. So
That's strange.
yeah. Well, and now knight e5.
Of course.
So we get knight. So maybe bishop f5 was not the best move. I think this might have been a missed opportunity for black.
Maybe. But I can tell you, I'm not sure that black was so much better in that position we looked at.
No, not much better. I said
Because
he was better.
because the bishop on h3 and check on e6.
But it's water under the bridges. There are so many possibilities.
Yes, of course.
So we focus on this one.
So what should be what the idea? So if rook e7, do you play knight c6 then?
Then you can get into e3
Bishop
again if you
d2.
want to.
Bishop d2.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. There's some bishop d3 move at some point.
Because the difference is now that you do not get to e3 with threatening the knight. So if you can.
But if you want to play conservatively, you could go for some maybe something like knight d7, but then you might play knight c6 with threat on g7.
Yes.
And it's not so clear what's happening. Yeah, so what do you do here? What is the good move?
Actually, I feel that maybe our Swedish friend can have some chances here.
Yeah.
Not the least due to the time and that it's so complicated. And also, this diagonal now, b2, c3, can be very strong, not the least compared to this d6 queen on c7, that is not so much.
And also white has the option to play at some point maybe a doubling on the e file with the rooks. Could be an idea. There are also, in some cases, maybe not exactly at this point, but there could be like king h1, rook g1 ideas and playing on g file. And always with this, so I think black has to challenge the knight on e5. You cannot play with this knight standing there. So you need to challenge that. So let's see how we do
it.
Well, let's try this anyway.
Okay,
Here.
knight c6.
Knight c6. And maybe now you could play something like, it doesn't look so nice, but what about this move? Just to get it away,
And if you take it,
Yeah, you can
you have to take with the rook. Huh?
Well, I could take on e1 and then take if I want to make an exchange. I don't know if I want that, but let's say I take here.
This looks actually quite solid.
Yeah, that's my idea. When this knight, so
Rook f2.
So after knight e5, let's say knight e7, very solid move. Because if you take, then black is better,
and knight
right?
g4, it's hardly
Knight
an option.
g4
You can
looks-
maybe even take it, Take
Yeah.
it and then knight to e5 or bishop e5 or something like that would be very good for black, I think.
Yeah. So knight c6, and maybe this looks strange, but maybe it's the way to go. Of course, what white could do is go back,
Yeah, of course.
and then we get a draw. A very strange, but still draw here.
Could be, actually.
Yeah, it's not impossible. It depends on how. I think Kaido is ready for this.
Yes.
But the question is, will Edwin?
No, this is not Edwin's style, I can tell you.
No, but then I doubt that he wants to play a really bad position.
No. But Edwin is after, you know, he's after a GM norm, of course. You know, that's what he wants, and so then
Yeah,
then it's time to win this game. I think. You know,
But on the other hand, a draw would not.
ruin too much.
Don't you think he gets a GM Nor with 7 or something like that from 9? I don't know.
Of course.
I don't know. I don't know.
If he has played enough Grandmasters, I don't know.
Well, we could check
Mm-hmm.
since you brought it up. Why not check
Mm-hmm.
it? So let's look at Edwin.
Mm-hmm.
And
No, this is the first GM.
this is the first GM, but there are 3 rounds to go.
Needs
And
2 more. Huh?
He leads 2 more, but the chances are quite good for that. But of course, you never know with these.
But if you win, probably you have a better chance to play a Grandmaster normally.
Depends on what happens. But
Yeah.
he would probably play Eric then.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's right. Mm-hmm.
So
Okay, let's go back.
So knight e5 is played, and we're waiting for
Kaido.
Black's.
9 minutes left.
But if you don't want to play knight d7, what can you do then? Because I thought if you go here,
mm-hmm.
if you get the doubling,
You
it
can
would
still play knight c6.
you can play knight c6,
Mm-hmm.
and then what you do?
No, you have to swap and play something.
but if
But
you-
this is simply good for
I don't know, but now
bishop c d7.
then you can maybe check on the e7. I don't know. Maybe that. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe this is an idea. But you could maybe go back.
And
or-
then bishop f5.
yeah, it's true.
I think that I mean
Yeah.
I mean then it's white who is in the driver's seat, but you know it could be like a resource. Bishop f5.
It's very difficult for white to win with this bishop here.
Yeah.
I mean, this bishop is really,
Mm.
it's, what is it called, the black duckling, or,
Mhm.
you know, it's a bad piece. So I think, objectively, I would say that white should not be unhappy with the draw in this game.
No.
He has the knight on e5, but I think Kaido is thinking about how can I win, but his problem is the time.
Mm.
He has only, you see, 7.5 minutes.
But I think he's changing his mind right now. That he's understanding that, okay, I don't have such a great,
I think for a
possibilities
while
here.
he
That-
thought that this was sort of a
Good, yeah.
it was just rolling. He didn't have to
Mhm.
think. Now suddenly he sees, what do
Mhm.
I do? How do I actually do here? Knight goes to c6. It's not so easy.
Yeah. A
So-
rollover instead
Yeah.
of a turnover or whatever you call this.
Rook up and over, rover.
Yeah,
The
roller.
rover.
The roller was okay.
Rover.
Rover, sorry. We have the roller and the rover. Okay.
And the roller, yeah. We
That's a
always
new-
want to roll your opponent. But
That's a new
not so easy.
terminology.
Yeah, it's not so easy. Sometimes you have to settle for
Okay,
something less.
let's move on.
We have to move on. We
And
cannot
see
we
what can we see. We cannot
so-
get too much into these games.
So-
So this is interesting. What has happened here?
So we have to go back.
Mm-hmm.
We have to go back to the Stone Age. So we had d3 here,
Mm-hmm.
and it was met with bishop f3. I think we said that
Mhm.
bishop f3 was a decent move, didn't we?
Yeah.
Because you prevent a lot of things. And then d2 came,
Mm-hmm.
and he played a5.
That was the move we were looking at a bit.
And then rook fc8, and then
Mhm.
he exchanged, and he played here.
and rook
And there
c2.
is an interesting idea. And then a6.
And now.
And the point is, if you take here,
Mhm.
you lose. This comes, you go here,
Mhm.
and then this comes.
And then you can give a check,
But
but
then king goes up and it's lost.
yeah,
because the rook
most
begins.
likely yes.
So this was the idea.
But
But he played the much better
Mhm.
move, rook, bishop d7,
Mhm.
a7, bishop c6,
Mhm.
king f1, rook b2,
Mhm.
rook a1, bishop a8, bishop d1.
Mhm.
How is this?
Yes, please tell me.
So, from a material standpoint,
Mhm.
black is a pawn up.
All right, let's play h5 here then.
But the problem, I think, is that when the king comes to e2,
Mhm.
then white threatens to activate the king, the
Mhm.
rook with rook a5. I mean, this is the threat. Here,
Mhm.
maybe take here or go here and then go here and win a piece.
Mhm. But I play
But-
h5.
Yeah,
H5.
okay, we're going to look at it. So, in this position,
Mhm.
we have h5.
Or h6 maybe. I don't know. Maybe it's stupid to play h5. I don't know.
Okay, let's play h6.
Mhm.
So what happens if we go for the full Monty or whatever they call it?
We take on.
You cannot take on e4, then I take a queen.
Yeah, and then I go back. I'll take it and go up with my king. How is that? Must be better for white, huh? Yeah, this is better for white.
Well, if I check, then well, I might even
Yeah,
take
maybe
here first.
even. I know.
Yeah, so I don't.
Okay, go back. Is this the position?
No, probably not. No, f6 was
F6
played.
instead. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can we go for something similar? But now rook a5, maybe you can. I don't know what happens. Can we go for this? Is this stupid or?
I thought about one thing. After this, b3, rook b5, rook a4, check, b2.
Can you play something with rook b1 and b3 and b2? But the king comes and. This is quite interesting.
Yes, really interesting, I think. Rook a5. We thought black was better, but now it's not so clear. Huh?
Well, we never came to this. I mean, we were only sort of scratching the surface and.
Okay. So if you play b3,
yeah,
then comes rook b5. Huh?
Yeah, that's the idea.
Okay, and if you play like rook a2,
But then there's check.
it's a check.
But you're still threatening to take.
But that was, I didn't see that.
Yeah,
But
this is probably maybe good because
it's just
after
good.
this you can maybe take the bishop, right?
Exactly.
And this must be winning. I assume. So rook a5 looks like a good move. At least if I was black here, I would think.
Time for a draw.
Well, I don't know. But because white has always this move with the king, he can always play this move and it sort of stops everything. It's annoying, right?
There is no. Okay, let's put on the computer to see, because I think this is still.
No,
equal.
the computer says it's equal after rook a5. Also equal. That's my impression. I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, king f7 it says. But very difficult to play. And we also have the time factor here. So white
is quite equal in a way.
Yeah, the time factor, but not so much time to think. That's what I'm saying. Because they have still. Okay, there was a move played actually. So after f6, he played king e2. And according to the friend of ours here, it's still equal, which is reasonable to think.
But then it's king f7 then probably.
Yeah.
Because I see now the idea is, of course, that if you play king f7, if rook a5 b5, you play rook a2.
Right. You attack.
You should try to get that.
We show that.
You have to watch out for you have to watch out for the check on b3.
Yeah.
But
okay, so king f7 was played in this position.
And now what I mean is rook a5, king e7, rook b5, and then rook to a2.
Yeah. So white plays this, but now it's not so threatening because there is no check, and this one comes.
And then it will probably be a draw.
Yeah, I guess then white has to settle for this, and I would expect this.
And then
and
king
then
take.
this, and we can take a draw. We can shake hands.
Mm.
I think with that we are going to the next game.
Yes.
So we go to Pranith. Oh,
Black is a pawn up.
yeah, but this was the position where we said that.
No. No.
Yes, we said that this was good for black.
Yeah, but he won a pawn.
Yeah.
How
we'll-
did he
we'll
do
see.
that?
Yeah, we'll see.
No, we didn't know it was good for black. You were always questioning my G4 plans here, Tom. Don't
Yeah.
forget.
But G4 was not so good.
No, no, exactly.
No, but we had a sort of first impression,
Yes.
and then I was saying maybe it's not so
Yeah,
easy.
it's true. It's
so,
true.
So,
Yes,
and
yes.
you said, well, but there are chances, and you were right.
Yeah.
So this is what
Okay.
happened.
Mhm.
White took here.
Mm-hmm.
Might be a mistake. I mean,
Yeah. But our feeling was
Yeah.
we tried to do something like rook
Yeah.
a7
Yeah.
or something like that.
so
yeah.
after taking here,
Mhm.
he played d6.
What? It's an incredible move.
But he's banking on bishop b3 and bishop f7. You know.
But
the-
come on, you take it and play king f8.
Yeah, this happened. This was
But this
this was not so impressive.
is incredible.
So rook a6, but maybe you know.
No, but come on. What is this?
Yeah, queen c8, rook a7. Yeah, now
What is this?
suddenly black has managed to solve everything, and he's just exchanging everything away. Rook e8, queen b7. Okay, he has some activity here, but this
You
is a
make
pawn.
this
it's a
one
pawn.
move tricks all the time.
Yeah. But I think it was time also. He has less time. He has only 11 minutes now.
Yes, but that was not an impressive sacrifice from my point of view.
Well, you know, but sometimes when you're in a situation like this,
Probably he thought it was very, very bad. You know, that he was just going to, last chance or something. I don't know.
yeah, but rather than going into some defensive, but I think already taking on e5 was a big
Yeah,
mistake.
it was. Of course.
I think
yes.
what we were checking with the rook a7 and things like that, and you know, not,
Activating.
just playing and not letting the black pieces out, especially not letting out this one.
Yeah.
Would have been better, but instead he did that, and we get this position, which is it must be better for black.
It is black for bet,
Yeah.
but black is a pawn up.
Yeah. Well, he has this queen b7. It's
But
slightly
it's
disturbing.
not doesn't threaten much.
No, but I mean, he's at least he has the queen on an active square, and how
Okay.
does black continue? So it's still a game. But I think we should go to the next
Yes,
game.
please.
We have so many games here, so we go to
Sivuk, he was winning a pawn after 6 moves or something like
yeah,
that.
and he won. So we can just
Yeah.
quickly
Yeah, just
run
see
through
how
this.
you win with an extra pawn, you know.
yeah. So we had actually this position,
Yes.
and he decided to exchange his bishop.
Okay.
A bit surprising, and he played knight e5,
Mm-hmm.
actually allowing this,
Just taking, yeah.
which makes it even worse. Bishop c5,
Mm-hmm.
king e2,
Mm-hmm.
and now the b7 pawn is very weak,
Mm-hmm.
so he goes for this.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop d4.
Taking, ruling out bishop to c5.
Right, the bishop is now bad on a3,
Mm-hmm.
so this is actually a weakness. Bishop c5 takes. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
he attacks. Now the 7th rank is really
Weak.
weak.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Now he comes with rook a7. Resigns. Yeah.
Okay.
So we go to the next
Easy
one.
game for Sivuk.
And so here we have this Borga Onkar,
Yes.
who is playing with 2 pieces against the rook and 2 pawns.
Mm-hmm.
And we can see that in this position, the pawns looks pretty good. Okay, black has activated the king,
Mm-hmm.
but even so, I would say that this should be very good for white.
Yes, but at least, you know,
It's
you
not
know,
over.
No,
It's
it's
not
not
over.
over because if the king could come to g3, there would be a chance, I think.
Yeah, of course, he needs to activate.
But so that was probably a good move to go
Yeah.
like that. Because now we should give a check, I think, on h8 to keep the king. away.
Also, rook f5 is quite good, I think. So
Mhm.
irritating for black, right?
Guess so.
maybe. I don't know.
I
I would think there are many moves in this position.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, rook c6 also.
Because now you're threatening. Yeah,
Yeah, and also there is this b4, b5, b6
that's a good
just
idea.
running like. But I think
Mhm.
now white is so fast with the pawns that this must be lost.
Mhm.
Let's just see what the friend says. Yeah, it says it's completely winning for white. Three
Mhm.
plus.
I think it's very well played by Sokolovsky.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So we go to
Our friend William,
William.
that has got problems.
Yeah, and
Or
we
had
can
problems.
move back a little bit
Yeah,
and see
this
what happened here. So we had this b3, bishop e8,
Mm.
and there was an exchange, and the knight came in, and I think this was the position we looked at,
Yeah.
and then there was knight ec4, queen d4. Black has an excellent position.
But I think White has played really bad. I'm sorry to say that. I mean, because
No, but I think we're in agreement.
Mm.
I agree with you. There is not much to be happy about.
No.
Not in the position,
And like
not-
you said,
not
I
in
think the
game.
problem for me is also that Black has actually not done any really difficult move.
No, it's very simple.
Very
all
simple
through,
moves,
yeah.
all the way through.
But the simple
Okay.
moves are sometimes the
yeah,
most,
no, of course,
Yeah.
no, it's not like that. It's just like
yeah.
you-
So he tries to
Mhm.
complicate matters,
Mhm.
and now we see quite a strong move here, b5, putting pressure on the knight. Knight f3.
And if you take on a8, what
Well,
happens?
then you take on c4, and the two pieces are hanging on d2,
so
and yeah,
there
that's
as well.
the-
Okay.
yeah. So he has to go there. Queen c5, knight
Mhm.
e3, h6.
Mm.
Suddenly white has, suddenly it looks like, oh, maybe this
Mhm.
h4 was not so bad. But h6 is played. Rook fc1, bishop c6, queen b2, rook d3. Yeah, the storm is gathering, as they say.
Mm.
And then we have an exchange,
Mhm.
and rook a8. Now there's
Threatening rook d2 and take on e5.
so he has to play rook c2, queen
Mm.
e5.
Mhm.
So now finally black is cashing in.
Mhm.
And we see this knight on c3 is just a super knight,
Mhm.
controlling everything, and white has
Yes.
still not moved his rook from a1, but now he gets rook e1,
Mhm.
but bishop c5, knight g2, queen b8, bishop c6. Yeah, this is... I don't think this will be a very long game from this position.
I think
I-
it over already? No.
It might be over, but it's not.
Mhm.
It's not official. So
Can you take on e3? Oh, f2, I mean.
yeah, this might,
Almost.
I don't know if you need to be so brutal, but
No.
but it's definitely a move. There is also a move, maybe at some point you could do something with
Oh,
knight.
look at the knight. Bishop. After bishop to queen to c7. Where do you go with the bishop?
Yeah, it's tricky. Where do you go? Yeah, queen c7 looks very strong. Queen d6 maybe also. All
No.
these moves.
No, but queen d6, then it can goes to
Mhm.
b7. That's
Mhm.
why.
Yeah. No, this is lost.
Or even queen b6 as well. No. Okay.
So let's go back to Edwin.
Yeah.
What has happened there?
Mm-hmm.
Things have happened. Okay, so let's go see what happened.
Mm-hmm.
So we had this position. We said
Mhm.
it was like this,
Mhm.
and we said rook e3, but he
Mhm.
went his own way.
Mhm.
Knight e5, knight d7, knight c6. Oh,
They play strong.
yeah, they know how to play.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but now Edwin chose.
Yeah.
chose-
That was what we discussed
yeah,
as well.
yeah, and we said that there is no doubt that black has the upper hand here.
No. White has got up.
I mean, white. No,
Yeah,
black is
has-
better.
Black is not better. You see, much better here.
No, he's clearly better. We said that.
But then he could go back. He could
No,
go back again with knight e5.
What we said was that white should go back.
Okay. I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Because if he
Yes.
exchanges, the problem is that then suddenly black, there are no problem. White has no
Oh
problem.
yeah, I agree. Okay,
Because-
I'm sorry.
Because
But if we go,
yeah,
go back. Just
we
go
saw
back.
so many lines. That's
Yeah,
why
no,
you get
sorry,
confused.
I get confused.
I think
I'm sorry.
I think this was
I'm
actually the
sorry.
verdict. Yeah.
Yes.
That what is white doing here is doing nothing, right?
Mm.
So, and that's what's happening. We can see what's happening, because we had this position and we said this is better for black.
Yeah.
And now when we check with the, we can see
but
that,
not much, I think,
well, the computer says 0.6.
Mm-hmm.
That's more than half a
Okay.
pawn. That's quite an advantage, I would say, in this position. I don't think black has had. Well, he could play e3. That was the chance to make more than this. In the game, it was rook
Yes.
f2, rook
Yes.
e8,
Yeah.
rook e2,
Yes.
queen f7, and now it's quite simple to play with black because you just have to keep this bishop down and use your pieces. Then you play with a piece up more or less. So there was bishop f1, okay, take,
Mm-hmm.
queen takes, queen h5, king h1. This is the position. Of course, it's not a winning position. But black, you look at these squares. This square is occupied here.
But if you
here,
can switch,
here,
if you
here,
can get
here.
rid of the white bishop on
Yeah.
on f5,
Yeah.
if you can find a way to do that.
Yeah. that's not easy, I can tell you. Because if you want to go here, you have to move the queen somewhere. But then you have a problem here on f3.
Mm.
So and also this is a nice idea to keep. But I mean, it's not winning. But what we can see here is that well, we can see several things. But one thing is black is slightly better. It's a slight but clear advantage.
Can you play bishop h3?
Who is playing h3?
Bishop take rook g1. Probably not, huh?
No. Black gets two bishops.
No, I was trying to find a check so you could win.
Yeah,
one of the
yeah,
bishop,
yeah, yeah. I understand.
But
yeah. It's interesting.
but it was not
Probably not.
probably. Yeah.
No.
It was not
But
possible.
interesting idea. Yeah, let's just show it.
No,
so-
but it was not.
no, but
working,
we
so.
just show what this idea. Very enterprising play here, and if we play this move, black probably takes it, and then we have this sort of finesse to play the rook here. Take this away, but the problem is that I think we just move the queen.
Even rook e8 maybe.
Maybe even rook e8 is good. I don't know if that's good.
Then it's winning immediately. Probably.
Is it really?
Yeah.
How?
Because then you can move the queen and go to king.
Oh
to
yeah,
f8.
yeah. Okay, yeah, that's true. Yeah,
But
well, yeah, that's true. And no, well, is it? You could take the bishop.
and then rook c2.
Probably rook c2. Yeah, yeah. Okay,
Anyway.
it doesn't work. But queen c. But look at the times.
2 minutes.
There are
90 minutes.
9 moves still to left, and he has only
Mhm.
2 minutes and 40 seconds.
Mhm.
Of course, if you get a half a minute for each move, so it's all depending on nothing complicated happening. If something complicated is happening, this could be a real
But
danger.
what the last move? What is the idea?
Queen g6.
Yeah.
No, I think it's one of those moves you do just to keep control.
Because you don't want to play bishop d3 because then
No,
comes
no.
queen
No,
e6.
no, that-
So what about? Can you play like an idea like bishop g2 and rook g1?
Sure. But that was not what was played.
No,
He played bishop a1.
Ah.
Bishop a1.
He's ready for queen to b2.
Yes. And now we see the time ticking down for black.
Mhm.
And he does not have time to think here.
And now queen b2 and bishop h3. White has got a plan.
Yes. Of course, black does not have to fall for this trick.
No, of course not. Of course not.
Maybe there
But
are
the
some
question
moves.
is, should black play for bishop e7? Try to go for bishop e7 and bishop f6? Is that, if you do you want to swap off those? Is that, I mean, if you just try to do something. Another move could also be, to play maybe something like h5 and
But look at the time.
king h7.
Look at the time. Now he's down to 1 minute. I think black is going to lose this
Mm-hmm.
due to the time.
Mm-hmm. And don't forget that Edvin, he won the Swedish championship for bullets, 1 minute games when he was 12. So he's a fast player,
Well, that's relevant in this case.
That
But-
knight has gotten 2 minutes. How is that possible? He played h6.
He made a move. He made a move.
But suddenly he got 1.5 minute extra. But that was a surprise.
How much time do you get? 90 seconds.
30 seconds.
Yeah,
No,
it's only 30.
not 90 seconds. No, must be 30 seconds.
Okay. So h6.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's a good move, I think.
Mm-hmm.
You prepare to play maybe the king to
Mm-hmm.
h7, and then you can always protect.
Okay, but queen b2 now.
But then we can always do something like queen h5.
And
if
yeah,
you-
give checkmate on g7.
Ah, sorry, not exactly
No.
in this situation. Maybe you play some rook f7 or something.
Maybe.
Maybe something like that. I don't know. No, but it's easy to blunder in the position.
Yes,
like
it
this.
is.
It's very
Yes, it
dangerous.
is.
Very
Yes.
dangerous.
Yeah.
And you can say that okay, this bishop is not so good here, but what is this bishop doing? But maybe the plan is to put the bishop on f8 at some point. That would be a good
Mhm.
plan, maybe.
Yeah.
So he played queen b2. I can
Mhm.
see that.
Yeah.
And then the question is what you do. What happens if you play here?
Bishop e2, I think.
Bishop e2.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and what's the plan?
It's rook g1.
Yeah. So let's say we play
Maybe
here,
bishop. Yeah. Okay, rook g1.
and we go here.
Mm. Queen d2 or something like that.
Queen d2 with the threat.
No, but yeah. Oh, that's right, yeah.
So now we play g5.
Okay. Bishop d3 now. Finally, I get rid of that bad bishop.
Yes. And now we take and we go with the rook.
Mm-hmm.
We play rook here.
This is very dangerous for black. Queen c2, queen d2 or something like that.
Yeah, you threaten to come, but
Mhm.
yeah, as long as I have my
Yeah, and but
but no, I agree. This doesn't look so good. But
No,
we
I
have
don't
we
know.
have a move.
yeah.
He played rook f7,
Mm-hmm.
which was the suggestion, and
Mm-hmm.
Kaido has only 1 minute and 23 seconds according
Mhm.
to our
Mm-hmm.
information here, which looks like a very dangerous situation.
But bishop e2, at least there is a clear plan with this, you know.
Yeah. I cannot say it doesn't look like a winning move to me,
No.
but yes, there is some point.
I also thought about bishop e2, rook e7, rook g1. Can you play bishop e5?
Yeah. Can you take it with the queen
And then take back.
and take
Yeah.
on e2 maybe? Take
Yeah, but don't.
allowed.
But there is the pawns are weak, you know. on
Yeah,
b3
that's-
so
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm thinking. So let's look at that.
Mhm.
Bishop e2, rook e7, right?
Mhm.
Here, and you want to play this.
Yeah, well, I
That
don't
is-
know. It's much more like
That's very difficult when you have no time to play moves
exactly.
like
I
that.
know that.
And you said, what do we do here? Well, if
Queen
you take on
I
g6,
thought-
then
I
you
thought about
take
taking
here.
on e5. I
Yeah,
thought.
take on e5, and
Mhm.
if you take here,
Mhm.
then you lose a piece, so you have to take,
Mhm.
and you take the queen, right? I thought you meant this,
Mhm.
or do you want to take here? But what happens if you play something like this? Because I don't know. You can check. What is this?
Yeah, what is this? Go
I'm
back.
thinking of you can play bishop h3.
Yeah, but
and,
rook g1 maybe. I don't know.
yeah, but what's happening here? Aren't these pawns
Yeah,
very
but
weak?
check on g7. And so on.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Can we check game between Jan Malek and Bartosz? Yes. Let's look at that game. Yeah, that was interesting, of course.
Which one?
The Bartosz game. Yeah.
So let's have a look here.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we had this position.
Yeah.
And White decided to play f3.
We thought
So
it
we have the
was-
game between Bartosz
Yeah.
Soczko and Jan Malek,
We thought
the-
it was going to
the
towards
Polish-
a draw.
the Polish championship.
Yeah, because both Pawns, we guess, were falling.
King e7, king d3, b3, rook a4.
I are threatening to play rook a2. Huh?
King d6.
Isn't it still towards a draw? What about king c3? You play rook a2, huh?
No, rook b1 they played. It was like this. King c3, because after rook a2,
okay.
Can you take on b3 then
With
the bishop? You can take on a4. I take with the bishop.
Okay, I take on a4.
It should be a draw. King c5 to b6, take a7. Maybe white. No, it's probably a draw. But this didn't happen.
Okay.
King takes d2 and king c5. I don't know who is playing for a win here.
No,
maybe it's black actually. This could be a try for a win. Let's check what the computer says. I think it says it's equal, but I don't know. Yeah, 0.0.
Okay, rook a3, king b4, and rook a6.
Yeah, that's a possibility. Yeah, this should be a draw. I mean, white still has the a pawn. Okay, many things are happening.
It will be a draw.
Yeah, so let's go back to Trost and just see what happened. Yeah, he played rook f7, nothing has happened. And now the computer says this is equal game. So you were right. White finally manages to get his pieces out. But I think time was important in this game.
Very much, yeah.
Then we have this game, probably a draw. We have this game, and white is worse, of course, because it's a pawn down. We can see what happened. There was queen b7, and then we have f4.
It's a bit surprising.
Yeah, a bit surprising. But he wants, to attack. Maybe knight h4 and play f3 and things like that. Go for the king, go for the kill. So queen e4, knight h4, f3, queen f7 is what we have.
Threatening the knight.
Threatening the knight.
And then you can always play, the knight queen to g6 or queen to f5 or something like that, swapping off.
Knight a5, it doesn't look good. No, white's position looks horrible. There are knight f5, knight g3, things like that, also possible.
But that I don't think it's doing much. Okay, maybe e4 will come.
That's right.
But I just want to, for me, I want to swap off the queens, but...
Also possible, yeah.
Okay, knight f, then maybe, okay. That looked good, I think.
There is some attack going on here. Of course, you have to work out the details, but it looks like it's quite dangerous. Because king f1, you play knight f5, it's just over.
Also, rook, you have rook e6.
Also.
Rook g6.
At some point, yeah. So king h2, probably the best move.
Or?
Knight
king,
f5.
King f6.
So
queen f6, queen g5.
Yeah, queen f6 or also knight f5 is still an interesting move actually. You could follow it up.
What is the time? Okay, it's 6 minutes left.
One idea would be to maybe play the knight here and then come with the queen and jump in and then go to h4 again. Something like that, just to put pressure. Anyway, I think we should.
Black is more or less winning at least.
Yeah. So we go to we have this game. Yeah, and it's close. As I said,
close to winning. Yeah.
I said the pawns are very strong.
They are.
I think it's over.
And now it's rook b2 is ready also to be supporting.
So what can he do here? Can he take on a5? No, then you take the knight.
Or you take the bishop.
Or take the bishop. Yeah, everything is hanging. This is winning.
Winning, simple winning.
B7, yeah.
Okay, good game. Good game.
Then we have
this terrible
William.
game.
He's still alive. That's the best you can say about
that's
his
the best.
position.
Rook d2 coming as well soon.
Yeah, there are many moves here.
Pawn up for black as well. Okay, not much to say. Easily winning for black.
Yeah.
Okay.
So let's go back. So we'll look at this game again. Oh, it seems white is better now after bishop d3.
That's a cool move.
It's your trick.
Yes.
It's your trick.
What happened?
Yeah, let's see. So there was, we had all these exchanges. And we had queen b2, rook f7, we saw this. And now queen d2. Rook f8 again. Which was obviously a mistake according to the computer.
Yes. Because now bishop d3 or what?
Now bishop d3.
Did he miss that one?
And so he played queen f7.
That's a shocker.
But now it's losing.
Yeah, now it's losing.
Yeah. Oof. Because now you can play
rook g1.
Rook g1. And
g5, queen b2 or something like that. Or
g5. I think maybe, maybe just take. Queen takes. And maybe some queen move. I don't know. But what happens here if we play this?
No, it looks...
Okay, take. I'll go there.
Queen g6. Only move, huh?
Then we come with rook to e1 and rook e6, killing.
It's game over.
No, but g5. He could never play.
He played g5.
Yeah, but he shouldn't have done that. But now
But
it's
what could he do? There was no other move.
No, in that position, yes. But before, instead of he should have played the bishop to f8, to play for a defense. Okay, so interesting. So Edwin will
maybe Edwin, if it's on the way to win, that is fantastic. I think.
Yeah. So here we have this position. King c5. There was a check, and rook a3, and b2, threatening to win.
He will take on. He will threatening to play rook a1 as well and take on a7, and then it will be a draw.
Has white misplayed this?
No, I don't think so. This is. I mean, he can always make a draw here.
How?
Bishop c2, and then check and take the pawn.
Ah, yeah, bishop c2. Yes. But I was thinking bishop c2, rook h1.
Yeah, rook b h1. Okay.
This move.
Yeah.
And we just go here. And you have to stop the pawn. I threaten to take a queen, so take. And yes, you can take this, but now I get the pawn here. Then it's not a draw anymore. Then it's a long game.
But wait. You can play.
Yeah, he played king e2 in the game. Because you cannot take on d1 because of rook b3, right? So he goes out of the check. That's a smart move, actually. Rook d1, you have rook b3 check and then take the rook, so... Yeah.
Okay. Three minutes.
Yeah.
But it was move 40. Okay, so
this is still a game. So king e2 was played. So that was that, and then we have this game. Oh, they exchanged queens.
Okay.
Let's see how that happened. So king h2.
He played queen g6.
Yeah, he played this mating threat.
But I'm not sure that was correct, actually.
Well,
I think the other stuff.
Yeah, it was
better.
It was more challenging, but this is still. I mean, he's just going to win with his extra pawn, I guess. But that could take some time. So, yeah, this the game goes on.
Take on c4 and play bishop.
This goes on.
Yeah. Okay.
So and then we have this.
This looks good, huh? Yeah, we don't have to look at this one.
No, this is over.
But I could see that.
And then we have this one. Yeah, and it's still winning for black.
But it was a draw.
No, was it? No, that was another game. That was the game after.
Okay, yeah, I thought so.
This no. Oh, this is
Yeah, that would have been a big...
King G3 was played.
Mm-hmm.
Now you start looking at moves like G5, you know, just to
Yes.
get to the king. I don't know if that's good, but it looks pretty good.
It is. I can assure you that it's good. You know, there are a lot of good moves, you know.
Yeah, there are many possibilities.
Mm.
Yeah, there are many ways. But we saw in Edwin's games,
Mm.
in Edwin's game, he was worse.
But let's see Edwin
All
again,
game.
because there must have happened something, you know.
Yeah. We can go back. Let's see the critical situation once
Mhm.
again. So there was Queen G6, and we
Mhm.
can put on the computer just to see the drama,
Mhm.
how it happened.
Mhm.
And he played this Bishop A1, which was a tricky move, of course.
Mhm.
And
And,
now,
and objectively, absolutely okay. So,
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
it was a good
Yeah,
in all
yeah.
ways, you know.
yeah, and here we get from the computer
Mhm.
very cool suggestion of King F7 followed by Rook G8.
That's a bit of a surprise, but...
But the thing is,
Yeah.
as I said before, all these squares are covered, so there is
Mhm.
there is nothing happening on the e file. So this is
Mhm.
not the critical. The critical line, the critical file is actually here.
Mm.
So you just need to protect that.
Mm.
But
Correct.
but Kaido, he's afraid something might happen on the e file, but there is
Mhm.
nothing happening there.
Mm. But H6 in one way looks possible, but you have Rook F7, I think, also
Queen D2.
okay. And now you need to do something else.
Actually, now it's not so easy. There's only one move according to the computer that still keeps some advantage, and that's Rook D7. That's not
Mhm.
easy. How do you
But
find?
what about King H7 then?
Yeah, but then again, you can play this move. It seems.
How? Bishop take and Rook E6.
Yeah,
That's interesting. That's another trick. Huh?
yeah. And then we get another trick here with Rook E6 with a double threat.
But this is still not clear, I think.
No, then it's still a game. But then black with opposite colored bishops and this strong bishop on A1.
But you know, Queen F5 and Rook E7.
Yeah, but you have moves. You can play like maybe Rook E6.
Maybe.
I don't know, but in the game that was not
Okay.
happened. It
Yeah.
was Rook F8,
Mm-hmm.
and now that was the sort of deciding mistake, because
Mhm.
now Bishop D3, very nice king.
Mm-hmm.
And the point, of course, is that if you take here,
Mm-hmm.
then we get Jesper's nice
My
attack.
favorite trick. Huh?
Yeah, the favorite. And the problem, of course, is that the queen. We had some line where you could actually get Rook and two bishops for the queen, but here you cannot do that. And also, if the Rook is not on
Maybe
F8,
you should actually take on G1 and play Bishop F5. I don't know.
maybe and go for this
Yeah.
and hope that your opponent cannot break through.
Yeah, and I think if you can put the Rook on E7,
Mm-hmm.
it is not easy to do anything with white.
It's true, but you know, with no time
Yes.
and full panic, you don't know what to do. So after Bishop D3, he played Queen F7, which is not helping, I could say. And then there was Rook G1, and now he has to play this horrible move, and then just.
But wait. Go back. Here we said Bishop take on F5.
Well, but he played Queen C3, just the other way around. It will be the same thing.
No, it will not be the same thing, because the Rook will be on F8 instead of F7. So look at, you know, if you take first and then play Queen to...
But what do you want? Which move do you want to play here?
No, he played Queen to H7, and then he can take with the Rook on F5.
Yeah.
And that was in the other variation. Okay, maybe more or less the same, but...
But it's not exactly the same. Maybe
Can
white
you-
can survive. We can just check, see what the computer says. Yeah, +5. So it doesn't. I don't think it makes. You know, when you have this type of diagonal.
I also thought about, what about D6 here? That was also just because you're threatening to play Rook G6 check then. D6 is just winning on spot.
Of course, D6.
Because queen to b1, you can always play rook e1. Huh?
Yeah. Actually, the computer wants to play a pawn ending.
Mm-hmm.
Like this.
Why is it so slow in this?
Yeah, it has to do with the internet actually.
Mm-hmm.
It wants to do this.
Mm-hmm. And then play h4 or what?
And I guess it must be h4 here.
Mm.
And white wins.
Okay. Sacrifice. You win the g5 pawn, and
Yeah,
tick. Mm-hmm. And d6.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know.
I don't think he will play that.
No, I don't know if you have to play h4 actually, because I think maybe you could also just move your king up, because h5 you can always play h4,
Mm-hmm.
and after g4 you have two
maybe.
pawns.
Yeah. Okay.
So it doesn't matter.
Mhm.
It doesn't
Okay.
matter. But this is the position, and white can choose. He can go for a pawn ending where the rook g6 wins easily. Maybe he does it because it's so easy to calculate.
Mm.
But he could also play d6. You're more attacking,
Mm.
because then again you threaten the pawn ending, but then it's immediately
Winning. Yeah.
decisive. So d6 is good. If you take on b6 here, which is possible, maybe black can try to survive. I don't know. What do you think?
I don't think he can try to. But yeah, but the thing is, rook b1, queen b1, check.
Something like that.
Could at least it. You start to get some checks.
And then at some point bishop e7 or something. I don't know.
Mm.
Yeah, it doesn't look good. So very nice. So Trost
But
could actually be the leader after this.
Yeah,
round.
I think that again, what Trost is doing is that he doesn't make any big mistakes, and then he takes his chances, better time. Again, pragmatic approach.
Yeah, yeah.
And like I said, I think if you look at the other players, also the younger players, they are much more uneven because he's been playing quite stable.
Yeah, I agree.
Mm-hmm. That's
So-
nice.
So very good. So let's see. Do we have anything else happening? Yeah, here we have some action. After king e2, there was a move, g5,
Mm-hmm.
and g4, king b7, and rook a4. But they're just waiting here now. I would expect black to play king b6, and then white probably will play rook a3 maybe, because you don't. There are not so many moves. Whoever tries to do anything might actually lose the game.
Mm. Yeah, I think it will be a draw. Next one. Pranith. Will he make it keep a draw in this position?
Well, white's drawing chances have maybe increased a bit, because in the ending, sometimes you can save it even when you're pawn down. Suddenly he has some coordination and some threat.
And
Like-
also now, if you take on d6,
yeah.
you will actually have the chance to go for.
You have a pass pawn.
You have a passed pawn.
Yeah.
Okay, black will
No,
go
Black-
for rook
Black-
e2 and so on, but
Black has not played so well here.
no.
The last 10 moves has been
Mm.
maybe not the best,
Mm.
but he is still better though.
Mm.
And then we have Sokolovsky.
That's
But
just
this game
the
must
game
be
over.
over. Yeah, I guess it's already over.
William must be. He played g5.
He
Yeah.
played G. Yeah, we can just. We had this position.
Mm.
There was G5, take, Bishop D6, and I don't know if it's game over, but it looks very good.
The white pieces doesn't do much. Huh?
No.
Oh, sacrifice.
Attacking.
Yes.
I don't know what's going to happen now, but
I think you can take it actually.
yes, of course, yes. Probably should take it. Maybe I don't
Mhm.
know. It doesn't change anything, but I don't see. There is no immediate win with some queen h2 or something like that. Queen h2 and maybe not. Okay, bishop e5.
Just got an idea. If you take on f7, you take with the king, and then the rook comes to h8.
Right. And there is also something with queen h2 followed by rook d2.
And you have some kind of knight to d1 trick or something like that.
Also a possibility. at some
Rook
point.
d2 check is on the way.
Also, but I mean, let's say it was black's move here. Let's say white makes just a move like this.
Rook d2. Rook d2 check.
Yeah, but also this. What about this? Just very simple, you know, without any complications. What's happening here? Isn't this completely over?
Yeah, of course. There are many things.
Yeah.
It's very
Also, what you said. Okay. So in the game there was this check, of course.
He will take back, I think.
Yeah, probably.
Mm?
Now he has also rook h8 at some point, but I think rook d2, as you mentioned, is very strong.
What a position for white, you know. It's horrible, the white pieces.
Especially this configuration here, because this happened quite early in the game, and he has never managed to break free from it. So
I can tell you one thing that I saw, that was that your Joar seems to have lost.
yeah, I looked at this position. We can just have a quick look here. Yeah, he lost this game. We can just
Because
go
it was
to
a
the-
young encounter between two players that was quite young.
But this is not correct, because
No, this
the
not-
game did
no,
not
no.
end here,
No.
and it didn't end like this.
No, it did not.
He would never play knight takes a4.
No, of course not.
So there is something wrong with the
Yes,
with
something
the
wrong with this.
transformi-
Okay.
because there was an ending with opposite colored
I
bishops
saw that as
and
well.
heavy
Yeah.
pieces, but he was worse. Yes, you're correct. I think he had a passed pawn on the queen side, but white had a better.
But we take
better
this
pawn.
away. If this
Yeah.
is the wrong position,
Yeah,
we
we don't
don't
look at
look at it. Okay.
We can just have a quick look here at this Monica Sochko against Eduardas Rosenthalis.
The safe guy.
Very solid guy, and my impression is that this seems to be who is better here. Is it equal, maybe?
I
It's
think
equal.
so.
Yeah, opposite color. I would predict
As long as
a
white,
draw. A
yeah,
draw.
this will be a draw. Yeah.
very likely. So let's go up again and see what's happening with the Trost. Yeah, he's thinking. Yeah,
50. Okay. No, because they got new time now. Huh?
yes, they have new time, but it hasn't. It registers when one oversteps.
Exactly. So
Then
the
you-
point.
then
So
you
the
get it.
point is that Edwin now can have a lot of time to calculate. For example, like you said, Rook G6.
Yeah,
This endgame.
he will not miss this one.
If it's good, yeah, or D6. You know.
Yeah, because he has. It's. I mean, it's really. It's a bit horrible that Kaido ended
Yes.
up like this.
Yes.
Because he had such a good position.
Yeah, also
It
because
was
he
completely
has played so
unnecessary.
safe before
Yeah.
in the tournament, but this was.
But this shows us that however strong you are in the positional play, in the end you need to make some really good tactical moves. And when it came to tactics,
Edwin is good.
he's good. He's the bullet champion
That's right.
still.
Yes.
Because I don't think they have this championship every
No,
year.
I don't know actually.
Yeah.
I can tell you one thing. I have not participated,
Neither have
and
I.
if I would have, I would not have been in the top. I can assure you.
You don't think so?
Absolutely not.
Okay, here we have this rook a4, king b6, rook a3 as predicted, and king b5. So this is going to be back and forth, I guess. I don't expect anything special. Could it be some Zugzwang here? No, I don't believe that.
What should white play now?
Well, when the a pawn is not threatened, there is nothing wrong with rook b3, right? Or is there?
But what
No.
about what is happening then?
But what happens? Can I not play this?
yeah,
move?
that's why I.
Because I mean, let's say you go back. Okay.
Bishop c2.
Yeah, well, do you want to give away the?
I don't know. Probably not. I think you could.
No, but just check here. I mean,
Yeah. Okay.
so after king b5, after check, if you go here,
Rook b8.
yeah, then there is nothing wrong with this move. I don't think you can cannot take the bishop, can you? Maybe you shouldn't do this. Maybe this is stupid. I don't know. Let's say he goes here. What happens? Maybe you can do rook c8. Yeah, that would be interesting. And take a queen, and both get queens like this.
Exactly.
And after this, well, you maybe you don't even take it. You just take a queen.
Exactly.
And white wins.
Rook e1.
You can go to h3.
Because there's no...
This is winning. So, no, I think rook b3 is perfectly fine. Let's have a check with the computer. Yeah, rook b3 or rook a2 or bishop c2. There are many moves.
Okay.
Okay, so this should be a draw. Then we have the Indian championships. And black is better, as we said.
But only with a pawn. No, it was 2 pawns earlier on.
Was it?
Yeah.
Okay, but he has 1 pawn, and it's an ending. Should be good chances.
Yeah, rook e2. The thing is that he has got great activity as well. You know?
And this game is over, but it's not registered as anything. And William, he's still fighting. a3 he plays after. He's a fighter, obviously.
Checkmate in 8 moves.
Okay.
Rook to d2, for example.
But your move, rook d2, and the move queen h2, those were the moves we looked at.
Yeah.
Both lead to mate, and he will play one of those, I'm sure.
But the computer suggestion is cooler. Rook d1.
Yeah.
What is happening then? Bishop.
He played rook d2.
Of course.
Yeah. This is the simplest
Mm-hmm.
solution. And after rook takes, you just take back. You threaten to get a new queen, maybe. If you
Or a
want to.
knight even.
Or a knight at some
Whatever.
point. Yeah,
Yeah.
something. Well, there is a bishop on f3, so but
Mhm.
maybe you threaten to take that and take a queen or whatever, something. Yeah, this is over. I would expect maybe, probably he will take on d2. Don't you think? Or or will he resign?
I think he resigns now. This is getting embarrassing.
We cannot talk about the future. We can only talk about what's happening here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yes, of course. Yeah, this is going to be a loss.
Mm-hmm.
But you never know. Yeah, okay, he resigned after.
Mm.
Okay, so this game is over. So we only have a few games. We have this game still going on.
Mm.
We
And now,
think-
but he's calculating the possibility
Yeah.
of going for. It's a draw.
Yeah.
What do you think, Tom?
I think we should take a break.
Yeah, we take a break and then we'll make a
and
summary.
then we'll make a summary in like 10-15 minutes.
Yeah, good.
Okay. Okay, we're back after a break, and things are happening in the games, right?
Yes, we during the break, of course, both Tom and I took the chance to go out in the playing venue to take a look what has actually happened. And well, it has not actually been exactly what we thought during the break, just before the break. So it has been more interesting than we thought.
Yes.
And especially in this game between Edvin Trost and Kaido Kulauts.
We showed this position, I think.
Yes, we did.
And we said that if White wants to be technical, he can play Rook G6
To win, yeah.
and win the pawn ending. But and we also said that, or rather, you said that D6 is a very good move.
Yep.
And then Rook G6 is definitely winning. I mean, very
Yes,
easily.
yes.
The other Rook G6 is also winning, but this is very simple winning.
Yes.
So this would have been but Edwin made a howler,
Yes.
Queen E5, and suddenly the game is actually not so easy.
If you play correct.
If you played, and the right move that he should have played in this situation was Queen B1 check.
Yes.
Because after King G2, Black has Bishop G7, and strangely enough, after this move, Black, let's see, Black saves the day.
And it's a bit surprising because Kaido had a lot of time now.
Yeah, that's it.
So I cannot understand it, because this is not very difficult, I think.
No, this
But
was the 41st
move.
move.
Yeah.
I think, and so, but instead he played Rook G7, and now White took the pawn on B6, which is perfectly okay here, and then we had a couple of checks, and this is the position now, and they are thinking, and the problem for Black, of course, is that he needs to do something. He has no time at all to wait in this position. So I don't know, Queen D1, maybe King F2, and maybe one more check, and then this move.
Because I think one of the chances he had, if you go back, when he checked on B1, was that because one idea that looks normal is to bring up the king to H3.
Yeah.
But then you have the dangerous move to go for G4 check in this position. You know?
This is very nasty.
And suddenly, there is a completely new game. Because that is a good way to give up the game.
So after this move, you have to take.
Now you can start to give checks.
Then we give checks. And
take with the rook.
And it's
should be, maybe you're even winning, No.
I don't know. Was in this position? Was this a move? Maybe?
Yeah, actually, Bishop E7 was the move.
Yeah, then you have this. Yeah, and suddenly everything works
perfectly.
Yeah, because again, we are mating over here.
But of course, this is not something that Edwin will fall into. But
no, so he went back.
King G1.
And now he's thinking.
But you can see that both players have spent a lot of time, actually. That's why I said it's a little bit surprising, because Kaido did get the chance to save the game almost,
Yeah, I think actually we can... Of course, it was not so easy, but after Queen E5, if you take this check, according to our Silicon friend, White actually has to go back. And then you have this move.
But wait. Even in this position, you can't swap queens, and it's not completely lost, is it?
No, you could do that also, but actually it says that you can do this move. And you have threats on F3, and B6 is protected, and so on. So Queen B1, and what's the shocking thing is it's move 41.
Yes, that's what I said. They have plenty of time to think,
Yeah. And Edwin must have thought for a long time when he played Queen, because this was also move 41.
So strange.
And here he can win in one, basically Rook G6. I think I would have played it if I had seen it, and I think that's the move you look at, because of course Black cannot take the Rook due to the fact that we have a mate in one here, Queen H8. And then of course we can just show this because it's quite instructive. After this, you just take. Rook takes, you take with the queen.
And this is exactly what you want when you have this type of position. Go into a position that is completely, without any chances to lose. I think you need to play h4 at some time anyway.
Yeah, you can play it here. And
what will happen is that white will move up the king to h3 or something
like this. You come here
and king, and in the end what will happen is that white will play now d6, king needs to go back, you take, king e6, king h5, and of course, okay, king e5, king f, g5. Black can try to go for this b3 pawn, but the f pawn will be faster, so white will win.
But I think your move, your suggestion,
d6, I think was so simple.
Yeah, I think
because normally what you do is that you try to add on pressure,
Yeah.
And in this position here, bishop g7, that is, I guess, is the normal move, or is it maybe rook b, queen b1 maybe is the normal movement, but then my idea was rook e1, exactly. That's the point,
with the mating threat. So here we have this move. Simple move.
And then you need to go back to probably to h7 again.
Older move, yeah.
And now you can do,
And maybe now we
can rook queen e5, for example.
Something like that, yeah. Because black has no moves. Yeah, this should be easy winning. But it didn't happen in the game. That it was. Now we have this position, and of course, now let's just make some normal moves. Let's check here, and let's say we do a check here, and the queen goes back, and we have to exchange, and we have a check here.
Yeah.
And the king goes maybe here, and we could play something like this. But I think this position is just winning for white.
Of course.
Pawn more, still a very strong bishop, but this can go on for some time. It's not quite over yet. So we will leave it here, and you can watch it if you want.
Most likely, white will win.
Yeah, we adjudicate it as a very probable win for white.
And if it happens, Edwin will be
sole
leader.
Yeah, with 3 rounds to go.
Fantastic.
And as you said, he's not only playing for the Rilton Cup win, he's also playing to get the Grandmaster norm.
That's right. And then you need to play against 3 Grandmasters in the same tournament.
Right.
So
and probably you will need something like 6.5 or 7 points also.
Something like that, yes.
But with this win, he has 5.5 out of
6.
Out of 6. So maybe he only needs. It could be even enough with maybe 1 point in the last 3 rounds for the GM norm. Probably not to win the tournament, because I think usually you need like 7 or 7.5. But I think 7 could be at least shared first prize.
Okay.
And so let's see. This game ended in a draw. We had this repetition. The kings were there was some just walking back and forth, and then we had this Pranith against Moksh, and actually it's equal pawns now.
Yes, but he can take on b2, huh?
He can take on b2, but yeah.
Then it's hanging on. Okay.
Then d6. Yeah. I believe let's turn on the computer just to see what it's like. Yeah, it's now almost equal. So I will make a prediction of a draw in this game, because the trend has been in white's favor for some time, and black had an easy win at one point, I think, in the attack.
Yes, of course.
But he decided to go into an ending,
and he has played it not very well.
No, this was a bad choice. So of the other games, we know that in this game between Sokolovsky and Borga Onkar, it was the slightly older player who won, and 14-year Borga Onkar will have to look for other chances in the coming rounds. And then we have this
William Olsson, he was crushed.
William Olsson, yeah. And it ended with a rook d2 check, and here the game was over. And with that, our coverage of the 6th round in this Rilton Cup is over. And we want to thank you for watching. It's been great fun for us, and hopefully you've had some fun too. And tomorrow we come back with new energy.
And new games.
And new games, yes. So thank you very much. See you tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
Bye.